Welcome, everyone. I'm going to get started about 45 seconds early so that members of our grants counting team can wave at you. There's Lee Waldvogel from Grants Accounting, the infamous Joe Genova, Dr. No, and our newest member, Ariana Malev, who's been here 3 weeks now? Yeah, something like that. Norma Rubio is our grants generalist and compliance person. Franklin Williams is our assistant director, and Jose Alvarez has no one around him for good reason. He's our safety officer, so he handles all the hazardous materials. But welcome today. Before I get to my opening remarks, those who are speaking, you probably do need to be within about 6 to 7 inches of this mic. If you want to move around, we'll do the wireless for you and just stay about a foot away from this mic. I will give you a 3-minute note, and then I think there's a little time for Q&A at the end if anyone has questions, okay? So, I'm John Bushman. I'm Dean of University Libraries and Associate Provost for Research and Innovation, and the Office of Grants and Research reports to me. But our remit is not just grants. It's promoting research, which is what this is about. The recording of this will be flogged out in the campus far and wide many times, and these things do get picked up and viewed by our campus colleagues. So in many ways, the camera is our friend this morning in putting out our message. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 28th Petersheim Faculty Research Showcase, where we follow what great minds can do. That's our university motto. Research is the catalyst for what curiosity can bring to the future, and research is broadly conceived here at Seton Hall. At Seton Hall, the diverse research from social services, policy, international relations, education, and the traditional STEM disciplines are providing our students with a path to follow to create a better future. As you all showcase the fruit of your success, bear in mind that you are motivating students and your colleagues to learn better skills and to be learners who have an understanding of the world around them and a passion for lifelong learning. So with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Lori Borgen. Her presentation is Furthering Our Social Justice Mission, while I destroy this. Furthering Our Social Justice Mission, using grant funds to expand community, legal services, increase service learning opportunities for law students, and develop university collaborations. Lori has served as the director of the Center for Social Justice since 2020 at the law school. She coordinates the center's clinics and its pro bono services program. Her research and practice interests are in the areas of housing, voting rights, and poverty law. Professor Borgen currently teaches social justice lawyering and residential landlord-tenant law. The core of her work is within the center's experiential program. She developed the Housing Justice Project that launched in 2021 fall, and as well as pro bono opportunities with the Edna Mahan Class Action Settlement Project and the Name Change Project. In 2023, Professor Borgen received the Seton Hall University Faculty Award for Excellence in Service Learning for exceptional leadership and development in service learning. She received her JD from Columbia Law, her BA and her BA with honors from Harvard College. She clerked with Joseph E. Irenas, thank you, in the United States District Court for the District of New Jersey. So without further ado, Professor Borgen.
It's a pleasure to be here, and I really, and I have to say, I'm particularly excited to see all the folks from the Grants Office, and just want to take this moment to say thank you for the support of the Grants Office. It's been, we couldn't do our work without that support. The amount of work to put in proposals, to deal with the grant reporting, to manage the budget. we charge a lot to our grant. We're an active legal services office, so we're billing stuff on a regular basis, and the office does an incredible amount of work helping support us. So thank you to all of you, and it was thrilled to meet the new folks in the office and to see the people I'm emailing on a daily basis. So thank you to all of you. At the Center for Social Justice, we've been using grants, our grant program to really build out our work as part of the Center for Social Justice. We'll go to the next slide. Just have an overview, and sorry for the smaller font, a bigger screen here, but this is an overview of what we do at the Center for Social Justice. And I'm going to assume that, that you're not familiar with the work, but feel free to jump in with questions too if you like. The Center for Social Justice is home to most of the law school's clinics, and the clinics are essentially a legal services office that operates within the law school. And so that's why I think we're particularly challenging for the grants office to manage, because we're running a legal services office. We have clients on a daily basis coming in. Our clinic students are in court. We're hiring expert witnesses. We're paying for social workers to help some of our clients. We're paying for a service of subpoenas. All kinds of work that a legal services office does. That's what we're operating at the Center for Social Justice. And what that gives us is the opportunity to train our students while they're with us at the law school, closely supervised by faculty who can put them in charge of a case. They are the lead attorneys on the cases, but they have the backup of a licensed attorney, an experienced faculty member who can engage in that reflective learning and really help them apply what they've learned in law school to help out community members who otherwise wouldn't have these valuable legal services. So at the heart of our program, as you see here, are our clinics. We've listed the 10 of them that will be operating as of the fall. And so they do a range of work, a lot of litigation clinics. Some are the smaller cases, a housing case where you're doing an eviction defense matter, and we might have a client come in who's received an eviction notice. You've got to file papers within the next week. You're going to be in court in a couple weeks, and the case will be done in a couple of months. We have class action litigation, where students are researching, speaking to clients, finding the members of the class, and then putting together an extensive complaint, and then filing that case, and that might take years to finish. We've had one case against the Passaic County Jail that came to us from a judge who said, I keep seeing these petitions coming, people are complaining, this is a jail, this is pre-trial, someone has not been convicted yet. They're held in the Passaic County Jail, and the conditions are terrible. They've got 3 times the number of people in the prison that should be there. The conditions are bad, we need to do something about it. So the judge asked us to bring a case. We brought that litigation, and that lasted, I think, 6 or 8 years. So we have a mix of cases. We have some of the litigation that is the smaller cases where students really have that opportunity to get into court, to work closely with clients on a couple cases in the semester, and then this bigger litigation. So we have a range of options for students who want different types of experience. We are also expanding this fall to transactional work, to do more, not just litigation, but helping community organizations or small businesses that are trying to launch and some of the new programming we have there. So those opportunities are all focused on students in their final year of law school, kind of that capstone experience. You've taken evidence, you've taken persuasion and advocacy, our trial skills course. You've also taken professional responsibility, so you know what your obligations are as an attorney, and then you take on one of these clinical programs. So we have these range of options for students in their final year of law school. We also have the pro bono service program, where students starting off as 1Ls from their first year can volunteer and see that this is why you went to law school, to help people, to bring more justice in our system. So you can be taking your class, your required courses, take your other classes that may focus on a business interest, intellectual property, whatever you want to do, and still do pro bono work and really give back. And part of our requirement as a law school is to teach people about the importance of that in the legal profession. And then what we've really been using the grants to develop too, finally, is the projects. And I'll go into more of those here, but we have a housing justice project and the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative. Go to the next slide. Now, we have an array of grant funding to support this work. I won't go into all the details, but our 4 major grants right now, we've listed here. The Housing Justice Project was started in 2021, coming out of the pandemic. We were approached by Speaker Coughlin from the Assembly saying, what can the law schools do to help the eviction crisis? We see with COVID that as restrictions on the eviction moratorium was going to end, a lot of concern about people facing eviction. How can law students help? So we worked with the legislature and said, look, if you could fund this experiential program at the law schools, so we helped start up a program that would be both at Seton Hall and at Rutgers in both their campuses. We work with the other law schools, and start a program where we can go in and represent individuals who are facing eviction. and help them figure out their cases, help them with habitability issues, take on advocacy issues, look at some of the broad issues that other legal services offices might not have time to do. Say, how are the rules working, what's happening? So we use that funding to start a range of clinics that take different approaches to the problem, to start a pro bono project, to bring in new fellows, so recent postgraduate students who've graduated from law school and need more training before they go off in the world. We have postgraduate fellows, paid internships, and a lot of advocacy work, so a whole set of programs there. Similarly, we've been doing this for a little bit long, couple extra years with our immigration project. That's the DDDI, Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative, launched by my colleague, Professor Lori Nessel, who saw a problem. Again, working with her clinic students, they saw a lot of clients who were detained, individuals who had been living in New Jersey for 20, 30 years, but perhaps were brought to New Jersey as a child, didn't have immigration status. They would get stopped with a motor vehicle offense or a minor criminal charge and end up in the immigration detention system, and they had no counsel. So she worked with other advocacy groups, with the federal courts, and developed this immigration project so there would be representation for individuals who are detained, and was able to convince the state to fund it. And then the state started the Office of New Americans that funds this project, again, at both law schools and American Friends Service Committee and Legal Services of New Jersey. So really, we've been able to leverage that funding to expand our clinical work, to have postgraduate fellows, paid internships for students, and an incredible amount of advocacy to address the problems more broadly. It's informed our work in the office, the scholarship of our faculty, and we've done an enormous amount of training in the community and really been able to develop a lot more advocates with a skill set to deal with the detained population, which really, there's a lot of crimmigration issues, the intersection of criminal law and immigration. So that's been a tremendous project. We are just recently launching funding project with the New Jersey State Bar Foundation, which again has been an incredible partner over the years. And they said to us, look, we've got some funding. The interest rates have changed. They get funding from what's called IOLTA. So what would you do at the law school? What services are needed? How can we build programs out? So that's the money we're using to support the transactional clinical legal programs, hopefully this medical legal partnership, more nonprofit advising. And finally, the U.S. Department of Justice burn reentry work. That's funding that we really worked closely with the grants office to get that funding. That's from the federal government. Senator Booker helped us get that, an appropriation to support this work, and we're building out our criminal justice work in the community. So really, as you'll see overall from these grants, kind of the three main things we've been doing with the grant funding. First is that increasing opportunities for experiential learning. We know how important service learning is. That's how students really apply what we're teaching them in the classroom, how they're able to engage with community members and give back. So we have more clinics, as you saw there. We have the more pro bono service opportunities, chances for individuals to do kind of more limited projects, starting as 1Ls, more internships. So more points of contact where students can really apply what they're learning in the classroom with real clients, real cases, and grow from that experience. Second thing we're doing is really increasing our community outreach, the expanded footprint of Seton Hall University in the community. For direct services, programs like the Participatory Defense Hub. This is, we're using the funding from the federal government with Professor Assis Misdari and the Criminal Justice and Participatory and the Community Advocacy Clinic to start a Participatory Defense Hub. And for anyone who might be interested in criminal law, it's a movement within the criminal defense community to really bring in community members to participate in the criminal legal system. So it's explaining to people, here's how the system works. Here's what's going to happen if your child, a community member, has been pulled into the system. Here's what you can expect. Here's how the process works. Here's how you can have input, how you can be involved, how you can have better outcomes, find support services. And our students are going out into the community. They're meeting at the Urban League offices with the community members in the West Ward of Newark, building out this strong participatory defense hub so that community members really can be engaged with students and build a movement within the community. So it's not the students coming in, saying we're coming in, doing this legal work and going back to the law school, going back home. We are actively involved with community members. Students are out in the community 3 days a week, and it's really been an incredible program that's been building out this year. We've done a range of advocacy with the Housing Justice Project. We've done a number of reports. See here the flyer from our Housing Justice Summit that we organized last fall that brought in more than 100 people from community groups, government agencies, law students, advocates in the community, and a whole range of issues. And it was really a fantastic program that we're hoping to repeat each year. Social media has been a key part of our community outreach. We have a recent Seton Hall grad, Kayla Struby, who's working with us as our Housing Justice Project coordinator, who really is very savvy with social media and has been able to build out our LinkedIn, our Instagram presence. It's helped us communicate internally with students to bring more of them involved in our projects. With our partner organizations, we've kind of had some fun challenges with other partner organizations who can get more followers this week, and really tried to promote one another's activities. And reaching the community, we've had a number of people tell us, I learned about that activity, I learned about that summit, that position you have available in your office through social media. So it's been a really helpful tool. And more outreach, know your rights presentations. We put together heat kits that had a thermometer and had a pamphlet about knowing your rights, about what temperature must be maintained in your apartment, where to contact, how you can file a heat violation, and use some of our grant funds to put together these heat kits and distributed them with community groups, the Newark Public Library, different places to have outreach and impact in the community. And our grant funding has supported all of our ability to do this. The Legal Design Lab is one of our newer initiatives that really we've been able to build out because of the grant funding, because we have flexibility with the funding from the state to try to take new approaches. And the Legal Design Lab is bringing these new tools in, as we say here, a social change laboratory to combine law, design, and education to channel power into movements in the community. So we are having design jams. We have established a co-design committee to bring in community members who will help us figure out what are the social justice issues in the housing field that we need to be addressing and how can we best do that. And a clinic where students can build out these models and build out different tools, so not just litigation, not just transactional work, but these design tools from other fields and bring them to bear on the legal system, because the legal system could use some redesign. By nature, by design, it has a lot of negative impacts, it's biased, and we need to design a better system. So this is taking some new approaches there. We are building out these transactional legal clinics with this new funding from the Bar Foundation, and we're building out pro bono projects, which are creating some good collaborations with area law firms, with McCarter and English, with Pro Bono Partnership, which is a nonprofit group. And we are looking forward with that project to some collaborations with the Stillman School, that there's some real opportunities as we're looking at supporting small businesses to bring in their expertise on advising small businesses with what we're doing with the law students, helping people set up corporations, figuring out what the laws are for intellectual property, trademark, and look for some great synergies there. And expanding on that, then the collaboration with the university, these projects have really enabled us to expand those collaborations. You see here a picture of our social work intern. We absolutely love the Department of Social Work. We work with them all the time. Brother Regan Leday was our intern this semester. I think this is our last week. We're so sad to see him go. He and his supervisor, Professor Catherine D., recently came and did a series of trainings over 3 weeks to educate our staff and our students on how working with social workers and dealing with trauma-informed lawyering and dealing with vicarious trauma yourself. Fantastic set of trainings, and we're looking to building out that program, continuing to work with the social work department on training our law students in working in this area. We've used the Gateway Center regularly. We love that space. We've had pro bono, legal clinics there. We've had events there. One of our design jams was held there. Community members loved coming there, and just the dynamism of that area that really appealed to a lot of our community members we work with. And again, the transactional work, the collaborations with Stillman are something we're just developing but really look forward to. And I'll end here then. If anyone, hopefully this will be posted somewhere, you may not be able to get out your phones now and do this, but follow us on social media. We look forward to connecting with other people at the university. Our LinkedIn, we put up events regularly on whether it's a book study, an event we're hosting, awards that our students are receiving, litigation victories, interesting issues with our clients, going out to the community garden with one of the groups in our health justice clinic. We put up a lot of information there and hope to use this as really a way to connect with the community. So thank you for the opportunity to talk this morning about what we're doing with our grant work. We look forward to those collaborations. And again, thank you to the Grants Office for all their support.
Yeah, we have a little time if you want to take. Yeah.
Exactly. We get, and we do get IOLTA, it's called IOLTA funding. Same, I think, same thing in New Jersey, the interest on lawyers' trust accounts. And that is, the IOLTA funding is the largest source of funding for the New Jersey State Bar Foundation. So if the IOLTA money comes through us through the Bar Foundation. So that is exactly the pot of money they were using, and where they said, oh, much of the world is unhappy about the higher interest rates, and there are a lot of problems with that. But in terms of legal services offices that are funded by that interest on the accounts, they had more money than usual. And that's why, given our long-term partnership with the Bar Foundation, they said to us, all right, we have more money than we were expecting. What good things can you do with it? We trust the law schools to develop programs that meet our goals of educating community members and providing services. So you're exactly right, that's the pot. We do not, and that's very intentional, because the Legal Services Corporation, the LSC funds, often have restrictions on them, and we don't want to be burdened by those restrictions, particularly because they're often related to individuals and citizenship, and we do a lot of representation for individuals who are undocumented. Not as directly recently. I'd have to check. One of my colleagues, Jenny Brooke Condon, who runs our Equal Justice Clinic, is representing one individual in a death penalty case in, I believe it's Alabama. That case may have come through the Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm not sure who our collaborations are there. So we haven't done as much directly with them, but we do look for some of those collaborations with national organizations. On the voting rights side, for example, there's a national coalition in the election protection area that we work with on a regular basis during election season to bring students into pro bono projects to do volunteer work there, and some of the other national groups. But I'm not sure currently if we're working at the Southern Poverty Law Center. But you're right, they do amazing work. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, that's
I have a really quick question. Thought when they want to figure out what law school they want to go to, how the Center for Social as a sort of driving point to bring them to.
We do. It's funny you should ask that. I was just reading a statement from a student, a letter, who noted, and I've heard this from 2 or 3 students recently, who said when they came to visit, they stopped and spoke with someone at the Center for Social Justice, heard about the programs, and that's why they decided to come here. So while I would like to think everyone who hears about us comes and would do that, I know there are a few students who I've specifically spoken to that have come and done that tour. And we started a few years ago a summer social justice series. It started during COVID, all online, but to really reach out to high school and college students who might be interested in the law, and we think that's been a really good way to do outreach to prospective law students. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. And the same thing, you need to be within about 7 inches of this unless you're going to use the wireless mic. Our next speaker is Dr. Zheng Wang. He's the director of the Center for Peace and Conflict Studies and professor in the School of Diplomacy and International Relations here at Seton Hall. He's currently also a global fellow at the Kissinger Institute on China and the United States of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, a fellow of international security at New America, and a member of the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations. Dr. Wang has extensive professional and academic experience in the Asia-Pacific region. He's been a Jennings Randolph Senior Fellow at the U.S. Institute of Peace, Boeing Visiting Chair of International Relations at the Schwarzman College, Tsinghua University. Did I do that? Okay, good. And Dr. Seeker Chang, Endowed Visiting Professor at Fudan University in Shanghai, a Carnegie Fellow at New America, and a Public Policy Scholar at the Wilson Center. Dr. Wang's research interests lie in 3 closely connected areas. 1, identity-based conflicts, nationalism, and the politics of historical memory. 2, peace and conflict management in East Asia, with a special focus, of course, on China and its impact on regional peace and security. And 3, foreign domestic linkages in Chinese politics and foreign relations. He is the author of the book, Never Forget National Humiliation, Historical Memory in Chinese Politics and Foreign Relations, from Columbia University Press in 2012, received the International Studies Association's Yale Ferguson Award in 2013. In recent years, Dr. Chang has received multiple highly competitive fellowships and grants from prestigious institutions. He received his PhD in conflict resolution in the School for Conflict Analysis and Resolution, George Mason University. He also has a master's in philosophy, peace studies from the University of Bradford in the UK, and postgraduate certificate in cross-cultural communication from Peking University, China. Dr. Wang.
Morning. So first, thank you, Dean Bushman, for your kind introduction and for your support and leadership for our grants activities. So today, my presentation is on research which is also based on a grant project I will talk about later. But this is a book project. It's going to be published in a few weeks. So it's set to publish in. Okay.
And I may have turned it off. I may want to
Okay. Okay. It's better. Okay. Yeah. Okay, just like I mentioned, this is a book project supported by a grant, and it's going to publish in May, and the title of the book is COVID-19 and U.S.-China Relations. First, before I introduce the grant, I just want to mention that this book is actually a collective work and supported by particularly by my two Seton Hall colleagues, Dr. Yanzhong Huang of the School of Diplomacy and Dr. Marguerite Louise from the law school. I invited them to contribute a chapter not because they are just convenient. We are the colleagues of Seton Hall, and for those of you, you know that the work of the two professors, you know that Yanzhong is actually a leading scholar on public health and U.S.-China health diplomacy. So any book on this title, if there's no contribution from Yanzhong, it's not right. So Maggie, it's actually, I talk with many of my students about sometimes our students don't know their professors' excellent work and contribution and influence in the field. Maggie actually was just elected as a board member of National Committee of the U.S.-China Relations, and she made a significant contribution, particularly on the very controversial Department of Justice China initiative. So basically, her publication played a very important role to end this controversy China initiative. So many people I met outside Seton Hall, they speak highly about, my colleagues' work. So this 8th chapter, you can say that including, chapter from me and from Yanzhong and from Maggie. So this is, I think, is a showcase of the Seton Hall's strengths in the field of China study and U.S.-China relations. So like I mentioned, this work is based on a grant project supported by Henry Luce Foundation. Henry Luce, you know him, the media tycoon, but he was born in China. So he was particularly interested in policy on China, towards China and U.S.-China relations. And he somehow doesn't, this foundation, they are not particularly interested in highly political issues, but more supportive to the project's focus on cross-cultural understanding. So that is exactly my field. So we actually received the first grant from the foundation in 2016. They gave us a smaller grant, and then After that, they think that we are doing good job, so they actually, following the smaller grant they gave us, altogether we have received 4 grants from the Henry Luce Foundation. So this picture is one of the conference we conducted in China. And this is mainly focused on the security issues between China and the US. The gentleman sitting beside me is Admiral Dennis Blair, the former commander of the Pacific Fleet. The other side, we also got the, General Zhu, and he's a commander of the China's Nanjing military region. So we actually, since 2016, we have, like I mentioned, we have working on the different projects. This is just the photos of the the conference we conducted in the different period of time. Yeah. And we got so this also is one of the conference we conducted before the pandemic. So Admiral Scott Swift, Admiral Robert Thomas, they both served as Admiral Scott Swift was the former commander, also the Pacific Fleet, and Admiral Thomas was the former commander of the 7th Fleet. Actually, like I mentioned to our grants office colleagues, we always feel very lucky to have this high-level participation. I asked them, after getting more familiar with them, I asked them why when we sent the invitation, they accepted our invitation. I asked them why you accepted our invitation to participate in our conference. They told me that because the U.S.-China relations now becomes very sensitive. So they don't feel comfortable to attend a conference, for example, organized by a Chinese organization. They sometimes also feel not so comfortable to attend a visit or conference that organized by a U.S. think tank, because it's still quite sensitive. So they think that organized by a university and all the U.S. participants, their expenses covered by a Henry Luce Foundation, a foundation focused on education, academic research with good reputation, is more, they feel more comfortable and more neutral for conducting this research. And also our way of doing research or the dialogue is that it's a closed-door conference. So we are not trying to get some media exposure or make us more famous, but a closed-door conference, make people feel comfortable, like this kind of setting to engage with each other. So that's the, we have been trying to do. And actually, I have to say that we are very grateful to receive the support also during these several years from the grants office, from the foundation office, for all the support. I just spoke with Lee and saying we exchanged so many emails that all these activities, So we are very grateful to that. Yeah. Then, because our grant activities was actually designed for in-person conference, so the pandemic actually caused a major problem for us. We are no longer able to meet. And also because China's zero COVID policy, it's not even possible to visit China. And also because the sensitive relationship between China and US, even now I ask many of our past participants, are you comfortable to go to China? Half of them telling me no. So during the pandemic, we conducted regular online dialogue. So that's also a reason Luce actually gave us a special grant. So this is, today I'm trying to report is this special grant is called the Luce Dialogue on US-China Relations During and After Pandemic. That's the full name. So it supports us because we cannot use another grant which is designed for in-person conference for do the online dialogue. So that's the reason we use this. So you can say that this is during the very challenging period of time. If you notice the dates that we everybody is concerned, worried about the pandemic, about COVID-19, and there's no vaccine coming out during this period of time. But a good thing about that period of time, if you can recall, is everybody is available. So it's so easy for us to organize some meetings. So you can say we conducted almost bi-weekly meeting during the period of time. Yeah. So, yeah, if I can recall about the period of COVID-19, I think that these dialogues I hosted in my office, that meeting with these scholars, I think is probably the only good memory for me to conduct this. For myself, like Dean Bushman introduced, I never thought I would write a book about pandemic, those kind of topic. And never thought this would be related with my research. But I think you probably will agree with me that the COVID-19, although it becomes that kind of like an inconvenient part of the people sometimes don't want to look back. But it's also provided the scholars a special opportunity, especially people like me, study nationalism, study identity politics, to look back, to use this period of time to understand better about some of the, like U.S.-China relations. Yeah. So that's the reason we decided that based on these dialogues, we conducted many dialogues, and we hope we can, invite the scholars participated in this dialogue from 2 countries to work together to write a book to assess the impacts of COVID-19 on the U.S.-China relations. So that's the idea. So basically, we ask all the contributing authors, we focus on to assess the direct impacts, and also trying to be objective and fact-based because it's quite sensitive, and encourage them to use case study method and doing case study, and also using available statistical data, and trying to assess the actual impacts. And particularly, we hope that each chapter could provide some actionable suggestions for post-pandemic, we can say, reconciliation or restarting of the U.S.-China relation, because this bilateral relation is so important. And we believe that if the scholars cannot conduct a very candid, frank dialogue and reflections over this period of time, it's difficult for us to imagine that the post-pandemic, reconciliation between the 2 countries. Yeah. So basically, this book focused on several areas. Of course, we have chapters focused on the public health, like I mentioned, my colleague Yan Zhong's chapter, particularly focus on the narratives in these 2 countries regarding the origin of the COVID-19. And also we have the chapters discussing about the perceptions, attitude, some kind of like the bad byproduct of the COVID-19, the rise of nationalism, anti-Asian, these sentiments, and people-to-people exchange between the 2 countries, trade and supply chain, education and research, and how the COVID also impacted the mutual strategic assessment, in both countries towards another country. So I just gave you an example that, of course, one of the direct impact of the COVID-19 is caused the separation and of, we can say, further, contributed this separation and the decoupling between the 2 countries. Even they started even during the trade war before the pandemic. So this just showing you that the number of the visas the U.S. State Department issued to the Chinese nationals So you can say this kind of major significant dropping during this period of time is even until the late 2022, it's still not going back. So yeah, basically between the two countries that this COVID caused this kind of lack of communication. In the past, I just give you another number. Before the pandemic, every single week, there's more than 300 flights between the two countries. Now, even now, it's only 60. So it's far from the recovery. Another example I can give to you, before the pandemic, there's over 10,000 students, American students study in China, over 10,000 every year. Last year, the ambassador, U.S. ambassador in China, to China, just mentioned last year, the only 350 American students in China. Yeah, so it's huge. It's the impact, and also caused the further accelerated the economic decoupling, supply chains, separation, and also I think it's caused a major problem for China is all the the major companies, they reevaluate China's role in the global chains, and this consequence will last for much, much longer. Yeah. Another example is that this pandemic is not only just caused the impacts on the like trade or visits, but also caused a lot of these kind of invisible people's perceptions, attitudes towards each other. Another example to you is that in 2018, in the US, based on the Pew public opinion polls, there's only 47 people have a negative impression towards China. But last year, 83. It's almost doubled in just 5 years. So this is, there's no any other reason can explain this quickly, increase of these negative impressions. So the pandemic contributed, a major role for that. And also, our book also has 2 chapters discussing about how the pandemic impacted the mutual perception and also the soft power in each countries. And particularly, I just quoted one of the chapter mentioned that never has American soft power and reputation be so damaged within China. The politicians blaming each other, and including President Trump using Chinese virus to call the coronavirus, and all this being quickly translated into China, and the Chinese politicians also skillfully using this to conduct what they call the patriotic education. So both societies developed a lot of this, during this period of time, a lot of this, resentments towards each other. My final page is just, in the US, also, unfortunately, we witnessed this kind of like the rising of the nationalism and the COVID-19, the anti-Asia racism, based on one of the surveys that the anti-Asian hate crime surged by 339% nationwide in 2021. My chapter in this book is called the COVID-19 chapter of the US-China relations. So I have to say this is very heavy, very bad chapter for the two countries. It's really take time to coming back to recovery. So that's also the reason we have been discussing with the grants office that maybe we should submit another grants application for continue this research. So yeah, thank you. I will stop here. Yeah, 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 yeah. Indeed, actually, I agree with you that like we call it long COVID is describing that people difficult to recovery from the COVID, and long COVID probably is also a right word to describe that the impacts of COVID-19 on the U.S.-China relations. It's a long COVID. It's taken really quite challenge for these two countries to recovery. COVID-19 is not just a virus that affecting people, but also a kind of like a political virus that have a really lasting impact on the bilateral relations. Especially this relationship was already on the low point, already on the crisis point before the pandemic. So the COVID-19 actually caused major problems like during these 2 or 3 years, the two governments, even between the governments, there's not many communications. The scholars cannot visit each other. Many of the PhD students study China's foreign policy, Chinese politics. In the past, they can easily get a fellowship to spend some time in China, but now it becomes not possible. So that's also the reason we think that the channel of communication this grant supported to create it, that it also becomes an important channel of communication between the two countries. And also, like I mentioned, that after the COVID-19, I think one of the direct consequences is that many of the major companies, they realized it's actually it's possible for this supply chain realignment. So that actually we can see more of these consequences. Like in China, I visited China last year. In the past, in Beijing and Shanghai, there's a lot of foreign companies, foreigners. But now, just like I mentioned, only 300 American students there. Very few, foreigners or foreign companies, or we can say many of them left China. And it's really take much challenge for them to come back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, welcome back. Let's get a couple of housekeeping things. For those of you staying through, this will be about the 3rd time you're hearing this. Ellen, when you talk, you need to be about 6-7 inches away from this mic. If you want to walk around, we have to turn on the wandering mic and keep it away from this, okay? Our next speaker is Dr. Ellen Scully. Her presentation is How Modern Perceptions of Truth Affect Understandings of the Catholic Intellectual Tradition. She is Associate Professor and Chair of Undergraduate Theology in the School of Theology. Dr. Scully specializes in the theology of early Christianity. She recently co-edited a book on the methodology of studying early Christian theology, New Narratives for Old, Reading Early Christian Theology Using the Historical Method, Catholic University of America Press. Her first book, Physicalist Soteriology, okay, thank you, in Hilary of Poitiers, was published by Brill in 2015. And her forthcoming book, Human Salvation in Early Christianity, Exploring the Theology of Physicalist Soteriology, is forthcoming from Cambridge University Press. She received her PhD from Marquette University, we have to do that as a member of the Big East, an MTS from the University of Notre Dame, and a BA from Mount Holyoke College. Welcome, Dr. Scully.
Okay. So I'm sure you've all heard the phrase, history is written by the victors. So I'm a historian of Christian intellectual history. So I study the history not of events like names, dates, places, which is good because I can't keep a date in my head for anything, but I study the history of ideas, in particular Christian ideas about God. Increasingly over the years, I have found that our understanding of the history of Christian ideas about God keeps changing. And it's changing in ways that show how profoundly our current understanding of history is shaped by our current perceptions of the truth of God. So even the history of what we think about God is shaped by the victors, namely contemporary Christian denominational beliefs. Another phrase you might have heard is distinctively Catholic. So if you run in Catholic circles, you'll have heard this one. And it runs like this: as the church always and everywhere teaches. This little phrase is a historian's nightmare. Of course the church's teaching has not always and everywhere been exactly the same, but rather it has changed and grown over time. The most obvious example is that the creed that most Christians say every Sunday wasn't even written until 300 years after the life of Christ. But in reality, all Christians, even scholars of Christian intellectual history, believed until the mid-1800s that Christian teaching, in fact, had not changed from the time of the apostles until the modern day. So there's an ideological reason to hold this position that Christian teaching doesn't change over time, in face of the overwhelming historical evidence that it does. And the reason is this: Christians believe that God acts in history. And the premier moment of this historical action is the life, person, and teaching of Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus Christ had followers, the apostles. And if the apostles then were the human receivers of God's clearest revelation in this particular moment of history, and then we today admit that we teach something different than they did, then the most obvious conclusion is that now we are teaching something that is further away from the truth of God than what the apostles experienced and taught, right? So we can see why there's this desire to say that we teach exactly the same things as the apostles taught, because otherwise it seems like we're teaching something different than they taught, and that means we're further away from Christ, okay? But as I already mentioned, while we might want to say that the church has always and everywhere taught the exact same thing from the apostles to today, the historical evidence just does not support that claim. So lucky for us, in the late 1800s, a theologian named John Henry Newman figured out a theory to account for the reality of changing Christian ideas about God over time, that is able to see those changes not as a loss of the truth that the early followers of Jesus had, but as a honing in or development of that early understanding. So Newman introduced the idea of what he called development of doctrine, in which Christian teaching should develop over time because human understanding of God should be getting better and deeper over time. So if in the 2,000 years since the apostles we don't understand God any better, then something has gone wrong, according to Newman's theory. But Newman also recognized that not every new idea about God is going to be an authentic development of the truth given to the apostles. So he proposed actually various concrete methods for determining which changes should be seen as authentic growths of that early teaching and which changes should be seen as something that undermined the truth of that early teaching. Okay, so all this sounds very nice and very historically conscious, and that it accounts both for the real historical development that happens in thought about God, and also for the continuity between past and present teaching. And that continuity is a necessary foundation for modern Christians to be able to still say that they believe in and follow Jesus. Okay. However, as a historian studying early Christian thought about God, that's what I do, I can tell you that all is not yet well in the world of Christian intellectual history. Every modern Christian church, whether it be Catholic, Orthodox, Episcopal, Methodist, what have you, they must be able to present themselves as in line with the teaching of the apostles, which includes the teaching of the Bible, which was written by the earliest apostles. Because if a church is not in line with the teaching of the apostles, it has no legitimization for its own existence. And in light of Newman's idea of the development of doctrine, not only do modern churches have to be in line with the teaching of the apostles, the earliest followers of Jesus, they also have to be in line with the teachings of recognized authoritative Christian thinkers throughout all of history, because the idea is this is like a connect the dots. Authentic development is what moves one to the next, right? So if we're trying to skip from the earliest to today, we have skipped all the intermediary dots and there's not continuity anymore. So if ever there were a recognized conflict between historical Christian teaching and the teaching of a modern Christian church, the only credible solution would be for the modern church to change its teaching to accommodate itself to the early teaching and to bring itself back into line with earlier Christian teaching. But now you can perhaps begin to see the rub. It is a historical reality that there are plenty of instances in which there's an outright conflict between historical Christian teaching and modern day Christian teaching. At the same time, there's an ideological need for those conflicts to not exist. And at the end of the day, it's a lot easier to solve those conflicts by rewriting history than to institute a change in the behemoth of a modern day institutional church. So I received a University Research Council grant for this past summer, 2023. And I used that grant to study one instance of conflict between past and modern Christian teaching. So I studied Gregory of Nyssa, who was a 4th century Christian bishop. He's since been named a saint and a father and a doctor of the church. So in other words, he was an important Christian teaching authority in his own day, a bishop. And then he's also been recognized by modern day Christian churches as having continuing authority over current Christian teaching. Now, when Gregory of Nyssa thought about how the person of Christ was both God and man, he spoke of Christ's humanity and divinity as being mixed together. He used the language of mixture. They're mixed up. And he used the analogy of taking a drop of vinegar and putting it into the ocean. So Christ's humanity is like a little tiny drop of vinegar that you put into the infinity of the ocean. So you can imagine how that's going to go. The infinity, or the vinegar is going to mostly just get absorbed. You're not going to taste vinegar if you take a sip of that ocean water, right? Now, to me, as a historian of ideas, Gregory's thought is very, very interesting. But to the modern day church, Gregory's teaching is quite problematic. Because less than 100 years after he had these ideas and he used the language of mixture and the analogy of vinegar and the ocean, a very influential church council decided that using the language of mixture and that analogy were a dangerous and heretical development that needed to be stamped out. And the result is that no Orthodox Christian since that council has ever again used the language of mixture to talk about the person of Jesus Christ. So now we find ourselves in a catch-22 situation. The modern day church maintains its own credibility by being in line with the authentic developments of apostolic teaching. But if Gregory and this church council, which are both recognized as authorities that manifest authentic teaching about the truth of God, if they are truly in conflict, then one of them is wrong. And the church then has also been wrong all this time in holding up both of them as authentic voices of Christian truth. So there's a problem here, and the church's own understanding, its self-understanding, which is dependent on there being a kind of continuous truth, an understanding of God that's been unchanged in terms of its foundations and only developed over time. Now, the ideological difficulty of this situation has had a very obvious effect on historical scholarship on Gregory of Nyssa, which brings us right back to the history is written by the victors paradigm. For almost 1,400 years, the inconvenient reality of Gregory's use of mixture to talk about Christ was a historical reality that was basically erased from scholarship. Scholars of Gregory of Nyssa simply never acknowledged that Gregory ever used mixture. Or if they did acknowledge it, they usually gave it one sentence in a 300-page book, right? They just buried it as much as they could. I'm happy to say that historical scholarship has gotten more historically honest in recent years, with the result that since about the 1960s, scholars have been willing to admit that Gregory does use mixture to talk about Christ. Again, it's hard to not admit that. It's in the text, but for 1,400 years, people were able to pretend it wasn't there. But even now that scholars are ready to acknowledge that Gregory uses mixture, there's still a pressure to somehow fix the problem of him being in conflict with the church council. You know, maybe he's actually using mixture in a way that we can say doesn't conflict with the council, or maybe we can find a salutary lesson in his mistakes. So this is the pressure that a lot of scholars have been kind of crumbling under. So these ideological concerns, the need to fix history, have led to interpretations that are not textually credible, that don't hold up to what he actually writes in his text. So I spent my summer finding a textually credible understanding of Gregory's use of mixture, and then also just reflecting on this reality of how much our modern perceptions of truth continue to affect our understanding of the historical reality of the Catholic intellectual tradition. Thank you. Please? Yes? So, like, how strong is the manuscript evidence? Yeah, so we have very solid manuscript evidence. Lots of manuscripts. He wrote in Greek. So, at his time in early Christianity, kind of the movers and shakers were all writing in Greek rather than in Latin or any other text. So, he was kind of at the heart of the important stuff going on in the church, which meant his texts are really well preserved, and we don't have to deal with the problems of only having translations and what those translations might change in the original text. So we have really solid manuscript evidence, which means we do know what he said. Yeah. Yeah, so he's writing in the late 300s. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Well, no. I mean, we never have, like, actually penned by his hand. So I don't work a lot with manuscripts. That's kind of a different skill set. So luckily in early Christianity we have, I mean, not everything, but most things, most of the influential texts, we have critical editions. So that means we have series of critical editions. So people have sat there and they've taken all the manuscript evidence that we have, and they compare the different manuscripts, and they make a critical edition that, you know, if there are variants, it notes that. So with a person like Gregory of Nyssa, I don't know when the earliest manuscript is going to date back to, but it's not going to be the 4th century. But what they look for when they make these critical editions is, you know, when we have 10 manuscripts and they're coming from different locales, right? How similar are they? And we're pretty lucky that they're pretty similar. There's not a lot of variations, which shows us that even if it wasn't penned by his hand, they're fairly reliable, or at least that's what we tell ourselves, because that's as good as we can do. Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yeah, so early Christianity is full of all different factions with all different ideas, because in a way the church didn't yet have a very strict body of teaching. So, now if you want to know the teachings of the Catholic Church, it's like, well, here are 10 volumes for you to study up on. But back then it was a lot more nebulous. And so there were a lot of competing ideas. So yes, he was pushing back against a lot of different groups. But one of the big groups that he was pushing back on were people who thought that Jesus Christ wasn't really human. Okay, so that he was only God, and he actually had a body that came from heaven. So he brought his body down from heaven with him. So he wasn't really human. So Gregory's pushing back on that, which in a way makes it weird, we might say, that he has this idea that Christ's humanity is kind of absorbed into the much bigger divinity of the ocean. But Gregory's also pushing back against different groups who want to say that humanity is not salvageable, right? If kind of Christ comes from heaven and doesn't take on humanity, that's because it's not salvageable in a certain sense. So his idea of mixture is a way of saying we get kind of to be part of God, and we get salvaged in a way. So, I mean, there's a lot of different currents, and he's pushing back against a lot of them. And the other thing to say is Gregory was very philosophically astute. So kind of all your ancient Greek and Latin philosophy, he knew all that. So the Stoics and Aristotle, mixture is actually a philosophical it's a technical term. And there's a lot going on in classical philosophy about what mixture means. There's various different kinds of mixture and how they work. So Gregory is kind of tapping into something that already exists in philosophy to help Christians understand what's happening in the person of Christ. So that's later.
It's not a variation on
No. Gregory is one of the, very, very influential in his time, but now when we look at him, he's kind of an outlier. He says things that seem crazy to us. Okay, so the spark of divinity in everyone, not really, but he had a concept of human nature such that human nature is a singular, and it has kind of a reality as a universal. And so every human is participating in human nature. So when Jesus Christ takes human nature and he changes it, that bleeds out into every other human because we all participate in human nature, and so we get affected by it. So it's not that God is individually giving us a spark to each person, but because human nature is a singular, once Jesus Christ latches into human nature, there's a kind of direct connection to each person through that. I told you, he's kind of an outlier, and he's very philosophical too, so it gets technical. But again, part of what I think that early Christian scholarship gets sometimes hung up in the technicalities, and that is an easy way to obscure how much the confessional commitments of the scholars are really affecting the way we're reading texts. So what I really want to see is okay, we're talking Aristotle, we're talking Stoics, but when you say he's influenced by Aristotle and you say he's influenced by Stoics, I can backtrack and see it's because you're an Anglican and you're a Methodist, and that's pushing your scholarship in different directions. So that's what I want to see. People want to kind of say, oh, we're just looking at the history, but it's really amazing if you can take a step back to see how much this historical scholarship we're doing is really influenced by what's going on in contemporary church movements, and how much we need the history to support a current position, right? If a church is making a move on saying we need to be more welcoming in X direction, well, it's very convenient now all of a sudden history is saying we should be doing that, right? So history becomes the foundational support for all of our modern church positions, but that means historians are being pushed to find certain things in history. And so, again, it's easy to get lost in the weeds of the technicalities, and kind of, I want to pull us out of that a little bit. I mean, I work in the weeds because I need to be able to make a new credible interpretation that's going to be, you know, have full weight in all the scholarly paradigms. But also I want us to be able to see the things that are pushing us to not have been able to make those interpretive moves up until this point. All right, thanks so much.
So, the ever flexible, the Office of Grants and Research Services is ever flexible. So we're going to move next to Nicole Hansen. Her talk is entitled Anti-Ableist Disability Discussions in K through 12 Classrooms. Dr. Hansen is an assistant professor at Seton Hall in the Department of Educational Studies. Broadly, her research interests are focused on helping students with learning difficulties succeed. Her work has appeared in a variety of peer-reviewed journals, including Teacher Education and Special Education, Teaching Exceptional Children, Journal of Education for Teaching, Journal of Learning Disabilities, International Journal of Qualitative Studies in Education, and the Journal of Educational Psychology. In her first line of research, Dr. Hansen investigates the processes and skills that underlie mathematics achievement with an eye toward improving educational practice for students who are struggling in mathematics. Prior to joining the faculty at Seton Hall, Dr. Hansen was an associate professor at Fairleigh Dickinson. I won't call it by its nickname as it is known here at Seton Hall. She received her PhD in education from the University of Delaware, an MAT in special education from the College of New Jersey, and BS in special education in math, science, technology from the College of New Jersey. While at Delaware, Dr. Hansen worked as a research assistant at the Center for Improving Learning of Fractions. Before pursuing her doctoral studies, she worked as an inclusion teacher at the elementary level. Dr. Hansen.
Hi, everybody. I'm Nicole Hansen. Thank you for the introduction. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Educational Studies, and I'm really excited to share my work today. Thanks. I broke it already. Thanks. Many adults have been in a situation where they've been with a young child who has said something somewhat embarrassing at top volume. For me, with my kids, this usually happens in the food store. For example, when out shopping, a 4-year-old might shout, "Why is that man in a wheelchair? What's wrong with that lady?" Or, "How come they get to bring their puppy?" pointing at a service dog. These questions are legitimate. However, when these situations come up, adults often just ignore or tell children to be quiet. This response is well-intentioned. Parents are generally aiming to avoid embarrassment on the part of both them and the person being pointed at. However, this silence can uphold the idea that conversations about disability are taboo. It can perpetuate bias and fear, and it can teach children that some forms of difference are less desirable and that being disabled is a negative thing. Negative perceptions of disability are rooted in ableism, which is a system of discrimination and exclusion that oppresses people who have disabilities. In the work I'll discuss today, I'll draw on an area of research called disability studies in education, which recognizes disability as a historical, social, cultural, political, and economic issue, and challenges deficit-oriented views of disability as related to education. Disability studies in education challenges the medical model of disability, which is the idea that disability is a condition that requires intervention, and that it's the responsibility of individuals with disabilities to adapt to society. In contrast, disability studies in education ascribes to the social model of disability, which highlights all the ways that individuals with disabilities are excluded from society because of external, not internal factors. The social model of disability does not deny the existence of disability. However, it differentiates between disability and impairment. Impairments result in functional differences. You might have the inability to walk or see, for example. But the term disability captures the social ramifications that disabled individuals experience because of those functional differences. They may have segregated educational opportunities, difficulty navigating public spaces or renting apartments or finding employment, etc. Much of the world operates using the medical model of disability, which is the assumption that disability is an undesirable condition that we want to fix. This brings us to the focus of this presentation. What can we do to change this? Teachers have a significant role in the lives of children and have the potential to help shift attitudes towards disability. In this presentation, I'm going to share one strategy that teachers can use, engaging in what I term anti-ableist disability discussion. I'll briefly share research that talks about how teachers discuss disability and the barriers and facilitators they name when describing disability discussion. Finally, I'm going to share some findings on how teacher training can influence how teachers talk about disability. One thing that teachers can do to improve attitudes surrounding disability is actually talk about disability with their students. Specifically, they can engage in anti-ableist disability discussion, which is discussion about disability that aims to promote ideas aligned with the social model of disability. It encourages students to understand that human variation is normal and to question stereotypes related to disability. And finally, to develop a deeper awareness of disability rights. Let's talk about an example of anti-ableist disability discussion. Here's a picture from the children's book, We Move Together. I love this book. My own children have loved it since they were at 3 years old. I've used it all the way up to with teacher candidates here at Seton Hall University. It's great at any age. There's at least 2 ways. If we look at this scene, we see there's an ice cream shop and someone can't get in. If I was a teacher, there's 2 ways I could talk about this with my kids. The first way is more aligned with the medical model of disability. Teachers could talk with students about how the person using a scooter is disabled and therefore can't get into the ice cream store because there's a step. And we could talk to children about how the characters, they look so sad, they must feel so frustrated. And our aim here would be to develop empathy with our students. Another way to look at this scene, though, is to use anti-ableist disability discussion and help students understand that that ice cream shop was designed and built with the expectation that all customers could climb stairs. It wasn't made to welcome everyone, and that means people who can't climb stairs are left out. This inaccessibility is an example of ableism. We can point this out to children, and we can even have them brainstorm changes that could be made. We could add a ramp, and that would help that woman enter the ice cream shop, but it would also help so many other people. People using walkers, people with strollers, people carrying items in a wheeled cart. It could help everybody. Anti-ableist disability discussion is different from disability discussion in general. A teacher may engage in disability discussion when talking with an individual student and saying, oh, do you get extended time on your tests? Or in biology, when we explain that individuals with Down syndrome have an extra chromosome. Or even in history, when we mention that FDR was a president and he had a disability. Anti-ableist discussion, though, takes it a step further, and it could involve students in recognizing that their favorite local playground actually has no accessible swings. Students could be involved in writing a persuasive letter to the Parks and Recreation Department explaining why that should be changed. Both of these types of discussion are important for all students, with and without disability. While both disability discussion in general and anti-ableist disability discussion have their place in the classroom, both are important. Only anti-ableist disability discussion attempts to actually challenge ableist beliefs about disability. Over the past several years, I've had the opportunity to conduct several studies investigating how teachers engage in anti-ableist disability discussion. And over the next few slides, I'm going to briefly take you through 3 of those studies. At a first look, my collaborators and I wanted to get a sense of what's currently happening in classes. We wondered, do teachers discuss disability at all? We conducted a survey of 256 pre-K to 12 teachers to identify the extent to which they engage in any sort of disability discussion. So Though 72% of participants described discussing disability with their students, the majority of those teachers only discussed it in relation to students' own learning needs. So they were okay talking about disability if it was in the context of, oh, your individualized education program says it's okay for you to use a calculator on this test, or you get extended time. By comparison, 59% of teachers who discussed disability held those conversations when disability was present in the literature or the curriculum. We had a lot of teachers tell us they talk about disability when they teach of mice and men. We asked teachers whether they felt comfortable discussing disability in their classroom. And we did find that teachers who said they were comfortable were more likely to discuss disability. Looking across the entire sample, though, half of teachers selected fear of offending someone as a barrier to discussing disability. From this study, we learned that though many teachers were discussing disability, they weren't discussing it in anti-ableist ways. In fact, many teachers seemed actually afraid to talk about disability. For our next study, we decided to look at our own state. New Jersey provides a really interesting case study for this type of work. The New Jersey Department of Education actually mandated that public schools teach about the political, social, and economic contributions of individuals with disabilities. And they said this specifically needs to happen in middle and high school social studies classrooms, beginning in the 2020 to 2021 academic year. So this is a really new thing. In 2024, we administered an online survey to New Jersey social studies teachers to see how this was going. Promisingly, nearly 9 in 10 teachers said, we're comfortable with disability discussion. That was great to hear. However, 1 in 4 teachers was completely unaware of the mandate. They didn't know the mandate existed. And nearly half of the teachers we surveyed said, we discuss disability never or rarely. When teachers did discuss disability, they didn't do so in ways that were in alignment with the law. So if you'll recall, the law says teachers should discuss the contributions of individuals with disabilities. When teachers did bring up disability, it turns out that they were doing so in ways that focused on the negative treatment of disabled individuals throughout history. So they were talking about institutionalization. They were talking about the Holocaust. They were talking about the mistreatment of individuals with disabilities over time. It is, of course, necessary to teach about those things. Kids need to know about even the bad parts of history. However, if we talk only about that, it really starts to present disabled people as only being able to experience exclusion or suffering, and it paints them as deserving of pity. Only 33% of teachers discuss the disability rights movement, and 41% of teachers reported doing what the law mandated, which was discussing the contributions of individuals with disabilities. This quantitative work led us to really want to dig deeper. So we wanted to know what determines whether a teacher approaches disability in anti-ableist ways. So we conducted 50 one-hour interviews with practicing teachers. And we wanted to specifically focus in this study on their training related to disability. Training for teachers, for anyone outside of education, typically occurs in teacher preparation programs, like the one at Seton Hall, at either the undergraduate or graduate level. Teachers described that their training was primarily focused on compliance and fixing disability. And in many ways, this isn't a bad thing, right? I'm a teacher educator. I'm obligated to teach my students about, laws they need to comply with and how to serve students best. And I need to teach them if a child has dyslexia, how do we teach that child to read? If a child can't add, how do we teach that child to add? However, these programs, they rarely address how to actually talk about disability. So there's this distinction between teaching students with disabilities and teaching all students about disability. And that's a really important distinction to make here. Our investigation showed that teachers who held a social model view of disability were more likely to discuss disability in anti-ableist ways than teachers who held a medical model view of disability. Teachers tended to hold a social model view if they were either exposed to the social model of disability during their teacher preparation program, or if they had a significant prior experience with disability. So if they had a close family member or friend who had a disability, that was enough to change their mindset about disability. However, even though many teachers reported having this social model view, only the teachers who had the training in their teacher preparation programs were actually comfortable having anti-ableist discussions with their students. So this really tells us a lot about the role that teacher preparation can play here. We have a chance to make a really meaningful difference. So some next steps. In order for classroom spaces to be fully inclusive and for disability to be valued as a minoritized identity, it's really important that we give teachers this social model training. The teachers in these studies who were not talking about disabilities were not doing so because they wanted to do any harm or they wanted to do anything wrong. They were doing so because they lacked the training. And I think that's a really important distinction to make. A lot of times we see in the news, teachers are doing this wrong, they're doing that wrong, they should be doing more of this. Really, all of these teachers across all the work I've done, they are asking for training in this area. So we need to be able to support them. Pre and in-service teachers need really explicit instruction on the social model of disability, and we need to practice having conversations like these with them. Teacher education programs should equip future teachers with practical tools that provide ways to incorporate disability discussion in the classroom. So I've done some other work on, if we give teacher educators, so professors who teach these courses, case studies and activities to use with their students, does that help? And the answer is yes. It does increase pre-service teachers' ability to have these conversations. To wrap up, I just wanted to thank my amazing collaborators at Villanova and Bryn Athyn. I wanted to give a shout out. I have 4 amazing undergraduate students who have approached me this semester and have been working with me. So I've just been so grateful to have them, and it's been so much fun. And I'd also like to thank the University Research Council for funding particularly the social studies study I talked about, as well as the Data Lab initiative for their support of faculty-mentored research. And I'm happy to take questions or comments.
Colleges and universities.
It very much depends on your program, depends on your professor. I did another study that I didn't, time constraints, right? I didn't report today where we actually talked to college professors teaching special education, so like my equivalent at different universities, and we wanted to see were they comfortable talking about this, because theoretically, a special education professor is the person I would think is most likely to be comfortable talking about this, and the answer was no. Nearly all of the professors we interviewed were not comfortable talking about this. Most of them had gotten their PhD in the last 5 to 10 years, so it wasn't like they had been teaching for a really long time and their training had occurred a while before. They said they didn't really get the training in their doctoral programs, which then makes me think, do we start in doctoral programs preparing teacher educators? It seems like there's a lot of places we could start with this, but that's a great question. Thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the law in schools particularly, the law is required to provide all students with a free, appropriate public education and any reasonable accommodations they need to get that education. So I think from the disability studies and education point of view, yes, that's a great thing. I think where disability studies and education would kind of differ from the field of special education, because these fields they're not the same, they're different. They would say maybe special education shouldn't be as segregated as it is, right? So special education, decades ago, kids weren't allowed in schools. Then we let them in schools, but they were allowed in the basement or in another hallway. Even today, many kids with disabilities, they're being served in resource rooms or self-contained classrooms, which there's a really big tension there between what teachers and parents and everybody thinks is best. Is it best that they're fully included, and then it kind of helps all students have more of this anti-ableist understanding? Or is it better if they can receive the very specific supports and services they need in a setting designed completely for them? So yeah. Yeah. right? I think, I mean, you get to this issue of, an ideal world versus the real world, right? In an ideal world, I would say disability studies and education would say everything should be being designed with universal design, right? Where we don't have these issues. If you're asking more practically, like where does the line get drawn? Like how much does an accommodation need to cost? Like, I don't think there's a strict line on that, yeah. Good question, though. At my previous institution, one of my first classes was Intro to Students with Disabilities, and I had a student with cerebral palsy who could not get up to my classroom on the first day because there were only stairs. So I 100% get it. Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, disability is one of the only minoritized identities that you don't need to be born into to be a part of. Any one of us could become disabled at any time, right? So all the more reason for that type of education. Thank you.
Dr. Margarita Balmaceda. So if you need, if you want the wireless, just stay away from this. Otherwise, stay within about 6 to 7 inches of this. Okay?
And the slide,
Slides are there.
and how do I move them?
And she'll do it for you.
Can I just do this myself?
Yeah, the remote's not.
Okay.
It's not.
How about we could put that here? Because I need to, it's easier for me if I do it myself. Sorry, but.
So I'll go ahead and introduce you. Dr. Margarita Balmaceda's presentation is called NSF for Non-STEM, Technological Choice, Geopolitics, and Industrial Decarbonization. She is Professor of Diplomacy and International Relations at the School of Diplomacy and International Relations. She was born in Buenos Aires, but her professional life is centered in the USA, where she received a BA from Johns Hopkins, an MA and PhD in politics from Princeton, and also she has been engaged with Eastern Europe for many years. Currently, she's an associate at the Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies and of the Ukrainian Research Institute at Harvard. I hear there are a few things going on in Ukraine these days. Maybe you have a few things to say about that. A specialist on the comparative energy politics of post-Soviet states since 2000, she has been, quote, following the pipeline, i.e. following the complex web of interconnections that accompany the energy relationships between Russian oil and gas producers, post-Soviet transit states, and European consumers. Her books, The Ukrainian-Russian Central European Security Triangle, she's the editor from CEU Press, Energy Dependency, Politics, and Corruption in the Former Soviet Union from Rutledge, and currently under review, The Politics of Energy Dependency, Ukraine, Belarus, and Lithuania between Domestic Oligarchs and Russian Pressures. Without any further ado, Dr. Margarita Balmaceda.
Well, thank you very much, and my apologies for not being here before. I was meeting my students for brunch, and that was a long-standing commitment. Thank you very much for those of you who are organizing the faculty showcase as part of the Better Shame. It's very important that this is also part, because it's the faculty who are shepherding the students, are helping the students, but we're also being inspired by our students. So thank you very much. I want to tell you a little bit about my new project, my new book project, but actually this is also a story about funding and how to deal with funding and with the challenges of funding. So basically, okay, how am I gonna do this? I guess I was too, okay, which one? Okay, excellent, yes. How about here? Okay, yes, okay. No, I'll do it here, Okay, so thank you. I just started working on another book, which is gonna cost me a lot of tears, sweat, and blood. And basically the background for this book is my previous work and my transformation from a regional energy specialist who had been working on Eastern Europe for many, many, many years and continues to. My most immediate community is the community of Ukrainian studies, to a person who, as a result of the realities of the world, but also as a result of Russia's war against Ukraine, was catapulted. In 2022, I was supposed to be on a Fulbright fellowship in Ukraine. I couldn't go to Ukraine for obvious reasons. I was allowed to go to another institution, to the Research Institute for Sustainability in Germany, and that was a huge transformation in my life, because I had no choice but to do a crash course about decarbonization, hydrogen, electrolyzers, everything. And in many ways, the shape my new book project has taken is related to this. So I knew from my past research, which has been about oil, natural gas, coal in Eastern Europe, that some of the ways in which natural gas, oil, and coal work had nothing to do with electricity, had nothing to do with gasoline. It was kind of an indirect issue in all my books, but I had never really thought about it. And when I look back at, these are 3 of my books, I have a couple others, certainly it's there in the margins. The richest Lithuanian oligarch making money from fertilizers, the richest Ukrainian oligarch making money from steel, the ways in which Belarus was able to extract rents from its relationship with Russia. These are all topics of some of my books, and actually what they have in common is something that was actually not discussed in those books, and that is that you can make a lot of money by using fossil fuels in ways that have nothing to do with electricity or gasoline, but that have something to do with the way you use those fossil fuels for industrial processes. And basically, this new book is about the other work that fossil fuels do. It's work that we never think about, but it's very important as feedstock, as reductant for certain high temperature processes. When we think about feedstock, for example, when you use natural gas to produce ammonia and fertilizers, as a reductant in the blast furnace for iron, for certain high temperature industrial processes that cannot be done with electricity. So all of that is there, but it's hidden. And in this book, I'm bringing that to the open. I want to make that part of the discourse, of the discussion in IR. And I'm looking at this in the context of these quote-unquote hidden fossil fuels between geopolitics and decarbonization. I'm not going to go into details here, the ways in which you use fossil fuels for different things, but the central questions are basically, how do the use of these hidden fossil fuels interface with interest politics, but also with key geopolitical shifts, for example, what we saw in 2022 with the all-out Russian invasion of Ukraine, and also what factors, including interest groups, including geopolitical factors, may support or not decarbonization processes. When you look at all these processes, you basically have 6 industries that use those fossil fuels for those other things. I spent a lot of time choosing my case studies. I can tell you about that later. And I decided to, based on this criteria, I chose the case of steel and the use of coal in steel and the case of one particular type of fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers, normally made using natural gas, or in the case of China, coal as a feedstock. And a key problem here is funding. So the reality is that I'm a very slow writer. I may have 5 books, but I'm still very slow. And I need a lot of funding for many, many, many things, including time and including materials and travel. And it's very, very hard to get funding in the social sciences. It may be not so hard in math or in biology or the things that the National Institute of Health fund, but for humanities, social sciences is very, very hard. Actually, when I talk to my social science and humanities colleagues, very often they talk about the National Endowment for Humanities. The National Endowment for Humanities, about which many of you have received countless emails, offers some summer grants, and it offers some year-long grants, which have about a 3 to 6% success rate. And if you get to that 6%, you will get $6,000 or $5,000 per month, which, as I'm sure Norma will tell you, is not enough to buy 1/4 of your chair. So very big problems. I have tried to be creative about this, and looking at all the work that I was going to do with this book, I realized that a very important part of this story is not just about geopolitics. It's also about the way in which technologies are chosen. How can it be that some technologies are there but are not used? How is that determined? What factors affect this? And I came upon a particular program of the National Science Foundation. I'm going to jump one. National Science Foundation program on science and technology studies. This was important because this National Science Foundation killed its political science program about 12 years ago. In any case, they would never have given me a grant because of the topics I study. But I found this program, and I realized that the issue of technology choice was actually very important for my project, and I retooled that application so that it speaks to the question of how our technology is chosen and deployed. Because we can have a situation where there is a technology and it's not deployed. Here, for example, we are talking about electrifying the production of ammonia, which is the precursor for the production of fertilizers. People are talking now about creating that ammonia on the basis of green hydrogen, green ammonia. Well, this technology was already invented in the 1920s. Went up, went down. From that generation, only one facility left in Cusco, Peru. So why does it happen? Why is it implemented? Not. That's what I look at in the NSF application. So with the help of OGRS, with the help of Norma Rubio, I was able to build up this application. Obviously, there's no guarantee, and probably will not be successful, but I want to share with you a couple of things I learned from doing this application. First of all, you can have a topic and analyze it from different perspectives. And actually, that's what I'm doing with this project. I'm doing different parts of this project with different funding. But most importantly, I learned that for the National Science Foundation, the broader impact of your project, not just the intellectual merit, but the broader impact is really important. I would have never thought that. And I spent a lot of time thinking about the broader impact of this project, but actually it was very easy because it has a huge impact in terms of decarbonization. If we don't do anything, that's where we're going to be, and we need to be here. It has a huge impact in terms of the way we think about China in the context of decarbonization. This is Southeast Asia, including China here, emissions versus other regions. It has a lot to do with the competitiveness of American producers, especially in light of China's huge rise as a producer, in particular of steel, but also of fertilizers. Secondly, through this NSF application, I understood that highlighting the institutional development impact is also very important. And I thank Norma Rubio for highlighting this to me, because when I came in to her office the first time, I was very skeptical about this. And wonderfully, the situation we are now at Seton Hall is very good for this because not only there's other related work being done at the university, green chemistry initiative, not only this kind of project can help students from other fields get closer to areas also of relevance to NSF and also indirectly to STEM, but also because we want to support diversity in, let's call it STEM Plus, or let's call it Seton Hall. Seton Hall just signed an agreement to aspire to be a Hispanic serving institution. We are at 19%, 20%, we want to be 25%. We need to support, inspire, work with those students. This can help. I'd like to add, to end up by saying that as I was trying to understand how to do a non-typical NSF application under an NSF program, I looked very hard at Seton Hall's track record in this. Maybe I didn't look at every single crook and noodle in the NSF website, but I did find 2 Seton Hall successful projects which were not directly in hard STEM. One of them from my colleague and now Associate Dean at the School of Diplomacy, Martin Edwards, and one from other colleagues who are very active to this day, Susan Nolan, Cecilia Marzibaldi, and others. These projects were from 2003 and 2010. So I hope that we can get inspired to find new connections, and we can also influence NSF to have a little bit of a broader perspective. Thank you.
Questions?
What I'm saying is that NSF actually has various projects related to the education, different things, not definitely STEM, to my knowledge.
Yes.
STEM, of course, is because the country is short of STEM training. Our country actually is significantly short of the STEM compared with other countries.
And that is a very important international conversation about science policy, which is interesting. It's a conversation in which I'm never included in the US. As soon as I step into Europe, I'm considered a scientist. Here, I'm considered something that is not science.
Both NSF and NIH, they are federal agency. They have obligation to address the national issue. So we are short of STEM. The STEM is also very
But
highlighted.
the national issues you're talking about, the issues I'm talking about here are also very key issues for our nation. Whether we call it School of Diplomacy, whether we call it STEM, and that's why connecting with that larger impact, broader impact, part of the NSF application, again, thank you, Norma, has been key.
Yeah, so that's up to you, up to the expertise to talk to them. That's what I'm saying.
Great. Yeah, actually, we should do some this kind of discussion. We never really discussed about this funding opportunities. I just wondering. I know that Pentagon, the Department of Defense, they have annual, quite a lot of funding available. I think your project probably is suitable for those kind of Pentagon's funding, maybe related. Because for me, anything U.S.-China relations, I will not touch anything related with military because that will make the Chinese participants not possible to participate in any of the, this kind of projects. But for your project, maybe the annual competition from the military funding, that's possible. I just.
Well, that's a really interesting point. We're talking about Minerva, perhaps others, but I have the same concerns. I don't want anybody to associate with that. Now, I'm already in the Russian sanctions list for a year and a half, so maybe Russia already, I will never be able to have anything to do with Russia anymore. But I'm very careful also because people people in the global south, people are very, very, very attentive, and we want to have funding, but we also want to be very careful about how people may misinterpret our funding. It's a very, very complex issue, which maybe some of you have faced as well.
Can you give us a sense of rough proportions? You listed those 6 sectors that kind of backdoor produce or consume and produce petrochemicals, and that the pipeline influences that or is influenced by that. Can you give a rough proportion of, let's say, global or Russian production, or, you know?
Yes. So 2 points of information. So the 6 sector, I don't even want to go there, but the 6 sectors I mentioned were plastics, fertilizer, steel, aluminum, paper, pulp, cement. In terms of CO2, would be one way of measuring it. Steel production, about 8% of global CO2. Nitrogen fertilizers, one particular type of fertilizer, which is the one I'm studying, 2.1%. In terms of the key players, if you look at these 2 sectors, China, in both sectors, in the last 30 years, more than 50%. Russia, about 20-25%. And amazingly, and this speaks to my past, before 1920, Ukraine was a top 5 net steel exporter and a number 12 in nitrogen fertilizer exports. So this is but in every single of these sectors except cement, because cement is not really globally traded, China's rise has been a key point of departure that also makes us the issue from the perspective of the development of national economies.
Franklin.
And I'm just trying to understand. So the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or their aggression towards Ukraine, does that have anything to do at all with the natural resources? For example, are they trying to gain control of Ukraine's natural resources, or has nothing to do with it at all?
Thank you for that great question, which many people ask me. As an energy specialist, I think energy is very important, and I would love to tell you that it's all about energy, that my work is important. But as a person who has been studying Ukraine for more than 12 decades, I know that the key issue is Mr. Putin's desire, or rather Mr. Putin's inability to accept that Ukraine is an independent state and an independent nation. He doesn't want Ukraine not only to be an independent state, but also not to be a separate nation. Sure, there are some natural resources, but that is not the central issue. In my view, as a person who has studied the region for almost 30 years. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Maria. Hello? Yeah.
Yep, we're good. Okay, let's get started. Dr. Susan Nolan is our next presenter. Her presentation is entitled Going Global, the Development of the International Competencies for Undergraduate Psychology. Dr. Nolan is a professor in the Department of Psychology. She started her academic career at Seton Hall after receiving her PhD in clinical psychology at Northwestern and completing her clinical internship through the Vanderbilt University Nashville Department of Veterans Affairs Internship Consortium. Norma, I'm going to have to talk to you about these. These are long run-on sentences. Since arriving here at SHU, she has taught a range of courses, but her favorites are mental health, formerly abnormal psych, international psychology, introduction to psychology, and statistics. You like teaching statistics, okay. She also enjoys translating her teaching into writing and have co-authored several textbooks for Worth Publishers Macmillan, including textbooks for statistics and introduction to psychology. Over the years, she has pursued several lines of research, including studying perceptions of people with psychological disorders, including the stigma associated with mental illness and exploring misinformation and scientific literacy, including in the classroom. Her main focus at the moment, though, is on international psychology education in terms of learning outcomes, assessment, and curricula. Dr. Nolan.
Thank you, Dean Bushman, and thanks everybody who organized this today, including Norma and Maria. I'm going to talk about the development over a number of years, what led to the International Competences for Undergraduate Psychology, or ECOUP as we call it, because my Italian colleague thought that ICOP sounded too inelegant. So I want to thank Seton Hall for the 2 sabbaticals that led to this work, also the Fulbright Association, which funded my last 2 sabbaticals, the University of Banja Luka in Bosnia and Herzegovina, who hosted me for the first of those sabbaticals, the University of New South Wales, Sydney, which hosted me for the second last year, and the American Psychological Association, which you'll see I worked on a couple projects with them that contributed greatly to this work. So psychology as a field has been growing enormously worldwide. In the 80s, as you can see here, 80% of the world's psychologists were in the United States. And as of a few years ago, we're now only less than 25% of the world's psychologists. And we've been growing in the US. So this really gives you a sense of how much psychology has been growing internationally to dwarf us like that. There are huge differences in psychology education worldwide. Here in the US, our undergraduate psychology is typically like it is here at Seton Hall. It's part of a liberal arts and sciences general education. In some parts of the world, it's pure professional psychology all the way through. In fact, in many countries, including many in Africa, a bachelor's degree is you're a psychologist after a bachelor's degree. So there's a huge range. In addition, there's a huge range in percentage of undergrads who become either psychologists who practice or are research psychologists. In the US, it's just 14%, 1-4, just 14% of our undergrads go on to that. They go on to all kinds of other things. In other countries, it's almost 100%. Germany is one of the highest. So when we're thinking about psychology internationally, we have to keep all of this in mind. And we also have to keep in mind all of the stakeholders. Here in the US, we often think about our students, we think about our faculty members, our departments, but we don't tend to think about these other ones, particularly employers, government, the public. What does psychology have to offer? At the undergraduate level, I'm focusing specifically there, not people who are necessarily becoming psychologists. What does psychology as an undergraduate major have to offer? So, 1, Bosnia and Herzegovina. In 2015, 2016, I spent the year at the University of Banja Luka. One of the things I learned from my international colleague is to always situate your audience with a map, so I enjoy doing that now. So Bosnia is here. This is Bosnia, and I was in Banja Luka, which is, there we go, there's a circle right there. That's where I was in the north, not in Sarajevo. It's the second largest city, and this is my research assistant, Sidra, who lived with me when I was there and now lives happily with me in Jersey City. The Bologna process was the main reason I was there, which is the European higher education system. Bosnia was particularly interesting because coming out of the wars, it was rebuilding its educational system. So I really enjoyed seeing what they were doing, really groundbreaking stuff coming in line with the Bologna process. I'm going to point out 3 of these things that differentiate the Bologna process from how we do education in the United States. The other 4 are similar to us. In fact, they copied. The European Union copied some of what we were doing in the other ones. This idea of a European higher education area with standards, and I put that in quotes because they're very flexible, it's very loose. They use musical words like tuning and harmonization rather than standard. But for lack of a better word, I'll use standard here, to promote mobility across the region. The second thing they do that's different from us is their outcomes, their learning outcomes, are explicitly connected to the market, the employers. What does the country need? And assessments are tied directly to those outcomes. So what behaviors, what skills do students learn? And these are things that are not so much done here. In fact, often there's pushback against, well, what the employers want, we should be doing that. We need to be true to our academic roots. So these are things that I think are important. The Bologna process has been copied in a lot of parts of the world. Each of the colorful parts is a consortium, often funded by the EU, actually. In addition to that, Canada and Australia have versions that they've done. There have been tuning projects in Canada. The Australian qualifications framework is modeled after the Bologna process. In fact, there are only 2 major parts of the world that are not doing something similar to this to promote mobility and be a part of the international community, and that's the US and Russia. So what can we learn here in the US? In the short term, we need to think more about where our students end up, what they need to get there and what they need to succeed there. That needs to become more central. Obviously, we're not going to throw away our academic, our principles, our standards, obviously, but we need to be thinking about this too. And in the long run, we need to think about the mobility of the degree. As our world is increasingly global, probably all of us here are in academia, we must have anecdotes about how hard it is even to shift universities within the US, never mind across countries. And they're thinking about that elsewhere. And then strengthen connections across borders, being able to talk to our colleagues in different places. So two, I come back to the US after 2015, 2016, and I was lucky enough to be accepted to the American Psychological Association's SNAP, the Summit on the National Assessment of Psychology, which was a meeting in person followed by a year of work, and we actually are still working on it, even though it's several years later. And this really got me thinking about how are assessments in the United States tied to the APA's undergraduate guidelines, which have been around for a while now. They get updated every 10-ish years. Following that, I co-edited a book with colleagues on assessment of psychology, and there were chapters that were international as well. And then I wrote with colleagues, international colleagues, international provocation. And in this paper, we argued that there should be competences that are international that capture what psychology is across countries and cultures. And it can be flexible, obviously, but that should be done. Somebody should do it. And then I was also lucky enough to be accepted to join the American Psychological Association team to write Guidelines 3.0, which is the latest iteration of the undergraduate guidelines. So we were a small team, and we spent a couple years doing that. And that really got me into this groove of, okay, I think we can do international competences. And these are just the APA overview. There's a QR code to the full document. But the APA guidelines, my self-appointed role was to make sure that they were international in some way. We recruited international consultants. We talked about the importance of including international inputs in our curricula, and so on. 3, Australia. So Jackie Cranny is my colleague at the University of New South Wales. She is extremely well known for her work in psychological literacy, which is the idea that you can use your psychology degree to help you in your work, in your community, local to global, and in your personal life. And she's somebody I knew a bit. I had met her, but she was sort of my dream person to work with on sabbatical. So I wrote to her, and that's actually when we wrote the international provocation, was shortly after I wrote to her. And she's like, sure, come on down. So I went to the University of South Wales in Sydney and spent most of my time in Sydney, but actually got to travel around quite a bit because Jackie's family is from around here in Queensland, and they have a cattle farm. So I did get to do some non-academic things as well while I was in Australia. But Jackie and I decided to take ourselves up on our international provocation and do international competences, which are now in their beta R2 form. We've had a few iterations. May 7th is the final deadline for people to give us feedback for a final version. So these are the categories, similar to the APAs, but we have 7. And we have a website that is hosted here at Seton Hall on the blogs. And we have the preprint that you saw here that's out there in the world. What did we do? We recruited an ICUPO, International Collaboration on Undergraduate Psychology Outcomes, a central committee of 17 members from 13 countries, every continent except Antarctica, of course, is represented. And then we recruited an IRGUPO. Notice I'm using the Italian presentation for all of these because of my Italian colleague not liking IRGUPO. The IRGUPO is the International Reference Group on Undergraduate Psychology Outcomes. And they're our advisory group, and there are 103 of them from 39 countries. We also were able to gather national and regional psychology outcomes from almost 30 countries. And I'm gonna just point out 3 things on this. We had these top-down inputs. We looked at the OECD 2030 education blueprint. We looked at guidelines such as the APA's, Hong Kong's, EuroPsy, which is the psychology piece that's added onto the Bologna process. And we looked at their overarching categorical structures. At the same time, we had a bottom-up, which is those almost 30 national outcomes. We looked at all the individual ones, and we had a sort of process of putting them into themes. We used atlas.ti, which is fun qualitative software. And all of this was informed by the research policy theoretical literature. So again, these are the 7 that you saw before. We have this model that shows, here are the things that every psychologist, every psych major needs to know. You have to know the knowledge, you have to know the research, and that's part of this model. We also have these psychology relevant categories. Relevant for us means it's informed by psychological science, and it can be applied to psychological topics, but a lot of these you can use elsewhere. So just because you're learning them as part of your psychology major doesn't mean you can't apply them elsewhere. We also have this personal and professional development, which we kind of put at the center because all of this should be informing how you live your life in these different ways. And then again, in the middle is this personal, work, and community. And you see here the application of psychology to achieve valued goals. So what are the benefits of a model like ours, which is guidance only? I should qualify. Here at Seton Hall, our psych department is looking at our own curriculum and doing a revision, and we're using the APA Guidelines 3.0 and the ECOOP to inform our own learning outcomes. So they can work together. So a focus on skills, a focus on workforce-ready students. Curriculum development, as we're doing here at Seton Hall now, and I know a number of other places are doing that as well. Aotearoa in New Zealand, their national group is looking at potentially adopting the ECOOP wholesale. I'm meeting tomorrow evening with Mexico's version of the American Psychological Association, who are very eager. I'm meeting with their central team, who are eager to look at this. We've had meetings with a number of groups across a number of countries in recent months that are very interested in using this as guidance or even more. Oh, and I have a meeting. I just got invited to speak to a group of Kenyan psychologists next month about it. Assessments. This can guide how you develop them. Communication. This gives us a framework to talk to our colleagues across countries. How do you do this? Do you do this? We're content agnostic, which is really important too. We're not telling you have to teach X, as long as it fits them. Mobility, the idea that we can take our ideas, our degrees, our people, and move them across borders. And finally, for many places, accreditation. We in the US don't accredit individual departments, but many places do. And is this something that they can point to help with their accreditation? And finally, this summer, our team, 10 of us from the 17 on the Central Committee, are going to Prague for the International Congress of Psychology, which is the largest international conference for our field. And we're going to present the final outcome and have a number of people who are on our advisory committee who are going to be there. So we're going to have a pre-meeting separate from the ICP meeting, and we're going to have a couple meetings during the ICP meeting to start our dissemination. And then this is exciting, Asia Plat, so psychology, learning, and teaching is what a lot of these conferences around the world call themselves. And this will be the first ever Plat focused on teaching of psychology in Asia. And one of our ECUPO colleagues, Anish Kumar, is running it. And several of us that are involved with this project are coming to, we're on the advisory committee and we're coming. So this is gonna be a chance to see what the ECUP can do as part of a conference like this. So that's really exciting. It'll be my first time in India as well. So I want to thank you for listening. This is my other research assistant. Unfortunately, I could not bring him home, like my cat from Bosnia, but I did have an animal research assistant there too. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take questions. Don. I have a couple of questions. Great. Yes. Yes. So the Bologna itself, there's been a lot of resistance. Some of the pushback is that people, and I won't name countries specifically, but they'll say, oh, if they get a degree in such and such a country, that's not as good as such and such a country. So, and you can imagine that it varies with economics and all that kind of thing. So is it fair? Is the degree that you get in this country the same as this one? So you hear that. And then there are differences in how it's taught. Some people don't stay true to Bologna. Prior to Bologna in Europe, often you would take a whole year course, and then you would get tested at the end of a year, and that would be your only test, and people were used to that. And so some countries have moved to this active more like what you do here, but other places are kind of like, yeah, we're still doing the old one. So yeah, absolutely. But the Eurosci piece for my field has been really helpful. It's for professional psychologists, not for people who are, right? But still, it's really great in that it's very skills focused, and it tells the public that if somebody has this Eurosci diploma on top of their degree, it tells them what they know and what they can do, and it's hard to get. So, you know, yes and no, there's some good pieces, but it's certainly better than nothing. If I'm not licensed, I chose not, I'm clinically trained, but I chose not to get licensed. If I were licensed here in New Jersey, I couldn't practice in New York. I mean, it's rather insane. Whereas if you're in Europe and you get licensed in Bosnia and Herzegovina and you move to another country, there's language tests, it's not automatic, but it's much easier. It's still challenging, but it's much easier to do it across countries there than it is even for me to go across the Hudson. Mm-hmm. So yes, there are some projects in a number of fields, and one example that I know about is the Francophone African countries. I know you asked about the English ones, but this is the example that comes to mind. There's a program, whatever, it's bigger than that, between France and the countries it colonized to have back and forth of students in both directions and to facilitate that. And it's not just in psychology, but there are some of these programs that are looking at how can we break down these barriers, both in ways that enable this mobility and also, frankly, given the history of colonialization in France, it's a way to provide education that might otherwise be unattainable to countries that they probably owe a debt to. So there's some projects like that that are going on and that cross boundaries. Also, the OECD 2030 blueprint for education is not discipline specific, and it's doing really cool stuff. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, Maria.
Outcomes that are connected to the market in this group.
Mm-hmm. So I can give you an example from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So they realized, especially post-war, even though the kids weren't there for the war, but they're, the generational, they realized they needed school psychologists. And that wasn't something that they traditionally had. So they worked with the universities to implement school psychology programs, and they looked at, well, what do we need them to do? And then the programs were backward designed to create what they needed. And so that's a very real specific example. We see little bits of that in the US in places. There's a place in the South, and I want to say it's in rural Louisiana, where a local community college is working with the healthcare system, which is the biggest employer, to develop employees who can do a range of jobs with an associate's degree. So you're seeing it piecemeal in the US, but you're seeing it in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in that example, wholesale. Cedra. Well, when we adopted him, we thought he was a girl because he was so fluffy, but he's a boy, so he's his name is a girl's name. Yes, you're welcome. He's a good boy. He's still my research assistant. Any other questions? Well, thank you for giving me a chance to talk about this.
Our next speaker is the flexible Randall Clemens, who agreed to move up his time slot. The title of his presentation is Culturally Responsive Trustworthiness, Establishing Care and Quality in Qualitative Research. He's an associate professor and department chairperson in the Department of Education, Leadership, Management, and Policy, ELMP, here at SHU, in the College of Education and Human Services. His research, incorporating critical perspectives from sociology and public policy, pertains to three interrelated themes. First, he focuses on how growing up in low-income neighborhoods influences education, equity, access, and readiness for minoritized students. Second, excuse me. Second, he explores the roles of qualitative research to improve public policy. And third, he investigates innovative methods to design, conduct, and share qualitative research. His work has appeared in a variety of peer-reviewed outlets, including Cultural Studies, Critical Methodologies, International Journal of Qualitative Studies in Education, and Higher Education Handbook of Theory and Research. He teaches graduate courses related to qualitative inquiry, administrative leadership, sociology of education, and culturally sustaining pedagogies. Prior to joining Seton Hall, he worked for 9 years as a professor, beginning as an assistant professor and then associate with tenure in the Department of Administrative and Instructional Leadership at a university with that shall remain unnamed in Queens, that is also a Catholic institution. He received his PhD in urban education from the University of Southern California, MSED in School Administration and Supervision from Johns Hopkins, and a BA in English Literature from University of Maryland at College Park. While at USC Roster School of Education, he worked as a doctoral fellow for the Pullius Center for Higher Education, where he later served as a research affiliate for 6 years. Dr. Clemens, thank you again for your flexibility. We do have a wander around mic if you're going to use that. Okay, then you need to stay about 6-7 inches away.
Okay, and we're recording or no? Okay. I was gonna save the jokes on you, Dean Bushman, because I was gonna rehearse a couple more times before this. Do we have a slide of answer, or are you? So I wanted to start by saying thank you, Dean Bushman. Thank you to the university for supporting this work. This is on the more conceptual side. It's not an empirical study, so the fact that I got funding means a lot to me because I think it's an important project, but also I'm recognized at the URC when you all reviewed this, doesn't look like traditional empirical studies. Next slide. So today I'm going to talk about culturally responsive trustworthiness. I've been recognized that not everyone in the room has the same understanding of what I'm talking about. I am a trained qualitative researcher. It's one of the areas, as Dean Bushman talked about, that I publish in, but it's not necessarily comes natural to everybody. So I'm going to start with sort of the bigger concepts and then march towards where this project is focusing on and where it's going in the future. So this is based around the idea of axiology, and that is a very fancy sounding word, which is essentially the theory of value and what we value. In my research and in my classes with my students, we talk about these 4 big words. So ontology, epistemology, methodology, and axiology. And ontology is this large thing, what is reality? Epistemology starts getting at what I'm going to talk about today. It's what is knowledge, whose knowledge has value. Methodology, well, it connects to axiology in that way. Methodology, how do we acquire knowledge? Essentially, what are the toolboxes and tools within those toolboxes that we use to grab knowledge? And then the last one is what I would like to talk about. What do we value and how do we value it? So I'm in the field of education. In the 2000s, early 2000s, with No Child Left Behind, there was a lot of talk about what evidence do we use to determine learning, success, and interventions, and particularly how do we know they're working. And so a big part of that was the idea of research as a gold standard. And that gold standard meant experimental research, quasi-experimental research, And many people like myself felt like that was excluding alternative epistemologies, methodologies, including qualitative research. So that is what I focus on. So I wanted to start with, in quantitative research, these are the 4 big criteria they use to establish what is good quality work. Internal validity, internal and external reliability. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time talking about those, but what's important is this next set on the right column. So qualitative researchers acknowledge that terms like validity and reliability do not speak the same language that we do in our paradigm. So these 2 scholars, Lincoln and Guba, developed this thing called trustworthiness criteria. Go back one slide, please. And so trustworthiness criteria include these 4 criteria, and I'll talk about them in a second. Before I go on to those, I just wanted to have a baseline definition of what trustworthiness is, and I'm going to read it because I think it's important. The basic issue in relation to trustworthiness is simple. How can an inquirer persuade his or her audiences, including self, that the findings of an inquiry are worth paying attention to, worth taking account of, what arguments can be mounted, what criteria invoked, what questions asked that would be persuasive on this issue? So trustworthiness, you quickly see it's not moving so far away from validity and reliability, but it is trying to situate something in the language of qualitative researchers. So I break down the 4 criteria here. The first one, credibility, aligns to internal validity. It's the researcher presents data and findings that are plausible, truthful, and asks the question, is it believable and accurate? Now, the right side is what I want to emphasize because this is what every doctoral student sort of learns in their methods classes that they then employ in their work, and then assistant professors, associate professors also employ. So things like triangulation, member checks, length of study, number of interviews or observations, constant comparisons. So inevitably when I mentor my students, they'll come to me and say, this is great, Randy. I need to know how many interviews I need to do for a good dissertation. I always hate that question, but the answer always sort of settles on, well, at a minimum 12. And that's sort of the logic behind qualitative research. Different journals in the field require, they won't even look at your papers if they have less than, and the belief is, well, it's anecdotal. The next one, transferability. This is a slight difference in how you think about the impact of your work. So in quantitative research, we do a big regression or we do a big survey study, we have the findings, and then we say this applies to the different groups. Qualitative research is more sensitive to the fact that it's probably not my job to determine whether or not the research works for you. And instead, it's my job to create a study, use thick description, provide context so that you then can determine whether or not it works for you. The last 2, dependability and confirmability, connect to internal and external reliability. So this the focus is on, if we did this study again, what would we find? If somebody else did this study, would they find the same things? So the important parts of this are consistency, trackability, logic of the research design and process. With confirmability, it's do you have field notes, interviews, observations? And then the strategies are multiple researchers record accurately, inter-rater reliability is a great one. And then for confirmability, we have this phrase that I like, it's audit trails, but a residue of records. Essentially, and this is where, like, Norma, hopefully you never get involved, but if there's ever an issue with IRB, our students need to be able to show backwards map how they came to these findings, what they did along the way. And if you don't have that, it's problematic. Next slide, please. So then this is where the complication comes. And trustworthiness, it's important to note that Lincoln and Guba, even very quickly after they wrote about it in Naturalistic Inquiry 1985, moved away from it. They found it to be problematic within 4 years. However, it already caught fire in qualitative research. So trustworthiness now is the primary thing we use as researchers, but it is problematic, and I'll talk about why in a second. So we are guided by my colleague, Dr. Cecilia Parther, and I, by a critical qualitative inquiry stance. And so I won't read that while I'm talking, feel free to, but the idea is that we are interrogating the methods we're using. We can't take for granted what we are doing and assume it is for the better, for social justice, for equity. So people who assume a critical qual inquiry approach are thinking, what is now and what does the future look like? And can we do better with the methods we are using or we need to use? This study is informed by critical race theory, which is in and of itself informed by critical legal studies. Critical race theory has become a very popular thing. This is what I was trained in as a PhD student. So this is informing the work we're doing, but it's important to note that my partner, Dr. Parther, looks at other areas I didn't put on here today because I don't want to speak to him, but we look at sort of Afrocentrism, Black radicalism, things like that. So this is in the spirit of critical race theory, which talks about using transdisciplinary approaches. We're also trying to use that as well. So critical race theory, these are sort of 5 tenets. Hegemony views racism as normal, right? It's just a thing that exists. If you try to point it out, people say, no, that's not, and you're made to seem crazy for identifying it. Social justice endeavors rely on interest convergence. A very brilliant scholar, Derek Bell, started this, and he looked at Brown versus Board versus of education, and it's the idea that anytime there's social progress, it is in maintenance of power. So it's an illusion of doing this, but it's not really. He points to civil rights and how the Board case actually didn't end in better schooling for Black young men and women. And then race and racism are social constructs. Coates has this great quote that I love where he says, race is the child of racism, not the father. So it's the idea that racism created these constructs and we keep them going, not the other way around. It wasn't divine from God. The dominant group assigns differing meanings to racial groups depending on needs and context. Kind of connects to interest convergence. Is that sort of what I talk about in my classes and research is racism finds a way. Right? Anytime we think we've moved next one step, oftentimes we realize it's symbolic, it's performative, but it's not authentic change. And the last one, individuals have multiple interacting identities. And again, this goes to Kimberly Crenshaw's work with intersectionality and the idea that domination and marginalization happen across identities. So you can be a Black female, you can be a queer Black female, and all of these different identity markers influence how you feel racism. So connecting the critical qual inquiry with the CRT, we are sort of informed by these next 5 bullet points. And sort of as I come to a close, these bullet points are what we've used to move trustworthiness forward. So the first 2, race and racism, are intertwined with other forms of subjugation, and they influence all elements of research. So what we saw in the past, in the 60s and moving forward, is there is this notion of the staid researcher in a white coat, and that they talk in the third person, not first person, because they want to remove themselves from the research, and that this research is objective. And what we know is that's just not true. The imprint of the researcher is on every step of the process. And so it's important to point that out. And then the second one, individuals ought to challenge dominant research paradigms and knowledge. So this one's important because in our classes, and one of my colleagues, Dr. Timmer, talks about this, is that the origins of statistics have very unfortunate roots, in that these were people who believed in eugenics, and they developed these methods in support of those. So something that's familiar to many of us, like the Pearson coefficient, is named after one of these 3 people that sort of led the field. So it's the idea that we can't take for granted that statistics is this thing that's going to lead us forward. And in fact, that's the opposite case. It has its role, but we also have to be present about how it is either liberatory or marginalizing. So these last 3, research and the doing of research ought to advance justice and liberation. This is sort of my call and why I do this. Research acknowledges multiple knowledge claims and legitimizes experiential knowledge. It goes back to the idea of deductive versus inductive, and generalizability versus transferability. It's the idea that we need to acknowledge that different cultural groups have different knowledges that need to be represented and respected in the work. Last one, research which is historically situated incorporates transdisciplinary perspectives. And this part is a 2-parter. One is, the historical part. We cannot, and Gloria Ladson-Billings talks about the education debt. is that there are these debts that we have accumulated since slavery, and they don't go away. So they impact every part of our research, and we have to acknowledge those. And then, as I mentioned too earlier, the fact that even though we are situated in this in very specific fields, it's important to think about the plurality of perspectives. So this is sort of some of our conclusions, and then I'll talk about how they connect to what trustworthiness is right now. Axiological discussions need to move beyond the obsessions with rigor and quality and prioritize care and respect. It's always been research when considering it for education is, okay, but how is it rigorous? How is it meet the demands of validity and reliability? And our argument is, and the argument this is court gets to radical care and things like that, is that we need to be a little more attentive to our participants and our partners and think about care and respect. And it is a principle of IRB, respect, but sometimes it gets lost. Trustworthiness strategies ought to be an expression of care and responsibility rather than a performative checklist. And this is one of the sort of the genesis that led to this project is oftentimes when you read research, they'll say, like, how did you ensure trustworthiness, or how did you ensure validity and reliability? And it is just really an inauthentic checklist rather than the authentic commitment to this mission of encouraging social justice and equity. And so that connects to that one. The fourth one, align research practices with critical core commitments to make sure what we are saying actually aligns with what we're doing. And we know the institution that is higher ed, to get tenure, we have to get publications. We have to do conference presentations. So part of this is rethinking, how do we acknowledge that scholarship profiles will look very different, and those people should be promoted and supported as well. And I think we do a good job of that in our department specifically. And then the last one, commitments and strategies do not neatly align with the 4 trustworthiness criteria. And this is always the temptation for me. Anytime you read books, it's like an entire book dedicated to scholarships, and everyone feels the need in that final chapter to go, and so here are the 5 things we need to do next. And the reality is, this is much more about guiding assumptions rather than it is dictating what you should do. And then next slide, please. So as a reminder, on this left side, we talked about the beginning, these are the 4 trustworthiness criteria: credibility, transferability, dependability, confirmability. This is how Dr. Parther and I are reimagining it. So there's a lot there. I'm not going to read all of it. But some of the things, we first don't put everything into nice, neat boxes. So we don't continue that theory of correspondence theory, that this has to align with internal validity, this has to align with external. That being said, some of these you'll notice that they do. So instead of member checking, for instance, we go to authentic participation. And there's a lot of great work people are doing right now about participatory action research, YPAR, youth participatory action research. A lot of this sort of embodies this sort of ethos. The idea that it's not okay to parachute into a low-income neighborhood, mine them for data, leave, publish an article that nobody reads, and then you get tenure, but nothing changes in that neighborhood. So that's kind of the idea of this. And then you'll see moving down sort of shared agreements and goals. The idea that we're working with our research partners, they're helping us establish what this should be about, but also they know the ends of the work. They shouldn't be surprised by any of it. Usable knowledge, authentic expressions, trying to move beyond just that peer-reviewed journal article and thinking, well, what are these stakeholders, what would value them most? And then just moving down, a couple of the ones that I think are important: culturally meaningful reciprocity. What are we doing with these communities? And is it aligned with what they need and what they want? So those are what we have just generally focused on moving forward. It is going from just trustworthiness to culturally responsive trustworthiness. In terms of next steps, so Dr. David Reed, who some of you may know, he and I submitted a grant. It was unfunded, but we were going to employ this sort of philosophy in the work we were doing. So it was going to focus on working with aspiring leaders to develop programs that would benefit them and allowing them to lead the process to become school building leaders. So the next step, we're going to take that grant and sort of move it forward and keep trying to get funding for that to see how these commitments work in practice. And then the other part is next month, Cecilia and I are going to present at a conference, and we are finalizing the paper to submit. So that sort of just generally is the work I did over this summer and then continue through now, and obviously it's ongoing. So thank you. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
So I wonder if you envision your work with this somehow being countering that trend of pushing out critical race theory and defining it as fundamentally un-American.
I think that anti-American, un-American is interesting because I'd argue the exact opposite. The irony of CRT and sort of the public light right now is that when people talk about it, it's clear they don't understand what it is. As a former high school teacher, we wouldn't go into the classroom and teach CRT. When I did my PhD, this is back, I'm an old man now, but I started it in 2012 when I published my dissertation. I wanted to use critical race theory. It was more of a pejorative, like, why do you want to use that? That's not real, that's not rigorous. And the irony of everything that has happened is now it's validated and in many ways authenticated. Because the people that used to do it are being seen among certain groups, and now it's become like doctoral students over the last 4 years, number of people using the theory. But what I see, and I don't want it to be an oppositional thing, but I think globalization that has happened because of it on one side, and then this debate on the other. So it is very unfortunate what we're seeing and how, but I think long term, this work fits right within where we're going. Start with care and love, it's a very different thing than being antagonistic, and I think that's where most people who use this are. So it's about educating, but it is, I'm very present about the fact that the irony of covering it and now it's been authenticated. It's important to note that as a white privileged male, I adopted it in 2012, very different than now. And even on my job talk, people asked about that, and I said, I'm present of the fact that I'm learning from this, and that I do not present myself as an expert. Cecilia is a black woman, so I'm very intentional, we're intentional about us doing this work together. I don't think I could do it in isolation. Yeah.
In qualitative research. As you know, these days this is very, very difficult to obtain because we have the media all over the place. We go to different sites to get information, and those sites are not trustworthy. Are you considering that effect that will have when you research that?
Talk more about that.
For example, the media will say elections. You know, this person has 56%. I mean, we're going to do research. We're going to go through the media that is right now available. But we know that some of them is not properly documented. So that is going to affect the way that the research come across. So are you considering that in this?
Part of this is I'm very realistic about what my work will do, right? Like academic thing, we publish a paper and 5 people read it. So there's that part of it. Part of the more important project to this is, for me, in some ways insulated from that because it's very much looking bottom up, not top down. So it's the idea that it's not, it is the old way of the university of theology. not just going to them when we need enrollments, we need things. And so this perspective is going to the community and saying, what issues are you facing, are you encountering, how can we build a project ground up, and working there an authentic activity that will help them. Now the next step, I think is what you're getting at too, is like when we have those findings and we share at conferences, or like how do people receive them? And I think some of that is just in the presentation and the thoughtfulness of it, but at that point you've already done the change at the level that you cared about, and so everything else is sort of just extra. That's kind of how I balance that. But it is certainly right now in our field and across it, conservative, Republican, Democrat, and so AERA has done a great, that's the education done a superb job recently, sort of centering minoritized groups, people of color, scholars of color, and picking topics that reinforce that. And we've had a lot of presidents over the past few years that have been scholars of color or scholars from marginalized groups. But even in that, you have this big conference that attracts 15,000 researchers. During our last conference in Philadelphia a few weeks ago, Frederick Katz, who is a big scholar, talks about how this thing that gets funding from the government is now become advocacy research. You can't have these opposing viewpoints, and if you are, you're said to be a racist or said to be this or that. So even in research, like it happens at every field, but for me, it's much more place-based, and so you won't necessarily get that.
I would argue that critical race theory actually itself emanates from the sort of quantitative validity driven, and that in fact, if you start to look at sentencing differentials and outcomes and algorithms that determine sentencing or housing loans, it's a no-brainer. It's not really controversial. It has the numbers to back it up. The second thing I would ask is, what I'm hearing a lot is kind of bottom up. What does qualitative research contribute to a broader kind of policy perspective when you're sitting in Trenton or you're sitting in Washington and you have to sluice around millions or billions of dollars into programs that you want to make sure have some research validity?
That's actually how my work started, is that when I came to USC, my advisor is very well known. He's well known for doing white history, N of one. And it's the idea of what can you learn from one person and how could that actually impact public policy. In one of our articles, we talk about James Scott has this great book, Seamless, and he talks about how qualitative and quantitative are often discussed adversarially, and that's not the case. They serve very different purposes. So on the quantitative side, it's out, if you're out in the ocean, the navigator gets you to the land. Once you get there, these estuaries, streams, everything like that, where qualitative research can point out the context. So, this was a snippet, and I am going all the way sort of on the small side, but the reality is, for me, and the joke I give to our students, I did this with a seminar a couple weeks ago, is that I recognize that there are different views of science, starting with positivists, and now we have just many different variations. However, that being said, I know if I walk into an emergency room and the doctor drops the scalpel on the floor and then kicks it, I don't want that person to then pick it up and use it to do surgery on. So I think there's a balance in all these perspectives, and that gets to sort of, getting through where we are as a country right now is very antagonistic, and recognizing that it's okay to have a plurality of views, but it's equally important to interrogate all of those. So that's where I would respond to that. And I did mention, like, CRT is one of these things that I use, but my thought partner, Cece, is actually pushed back against me for some of these reasons. She's like, that one has jumped the shark. Can we move on to these other things? So it's something we are continuing to work on.
If there are no other questions, thank you. Next up is Dr. Mary Ann Lloyd, who I'm located the person, I need to locate the write-up. Her presentation is on perceptions of alternative grading in a research methods course. She is another professor of psychology. We've had a steady stream marching through here. Yes. The embarrassing experience of waving to a friend at a store or on campus only to realize that it is a stranger has happened to just about everyone. Her research is aimed at understanding the factors that make this sort of memory error more likely to happen and the ways that it can be avoided. To study these questions, she uses a laboratory memory task in which participants study a list of items and then take a test. By changing the kind of information that is studied, often words versus pictures, and the types of tricky items on the test, easy or difficult, she is able to systematically study the way that memory works. She's been teaching in the Department of Psychology at SHU since 2006. Prior to Seton Hall, she was a postdoctoral fellow at Temple for 1 year after receiving her PhD in cognitive psychology in 2005. Dr. Mary Ann Lloyd. You want to use the Phil Donahue mic or?
Okay, I'll fill it. All right, lucky for you, I'm not going to talk about memory research because I need to make that a more exciting description of what I do. I'm going to talk about teaching, and I've started to do some systematic studying of the way that my courses work, and I want to talk today about a particular kind of alternative grading for research methods, which I'm guessing you also teach. Yeah, it's a real, they come skipping in. So yeah, I'm ready. So here's what I'll do. I'll talk a little bit about what specs grading is, about a particular exam question that I've looked at over multiple semesters. I did some coding of that data, what happened and what I might suggest we could do with this, and then I'd love to hear perspectives, and I'd love to sell some of you on considering using alternative grading. What do you prefer as a thumbs up? Does that work? We didn't establish before. Okay. Okay, so has anyone here heard of, read about, or tried specifications grading? Okay, so in my old research methods class, there was 100 points. If you had 90 to 93 of those, you had an A minus, 94 and above, an A, blah, blah, blah. In specifications grading, you move from a points-based approach to setting specific criteria, and all assignments are graded as earning credit or not yet earning credit. And the way that you can then handle different grade levels is that higher grades require either more of particular kinds of assignments or literally different assignments. And so I believe, this is exciting, I didn't know in my slide preview, it's like a game show. I believe that next I'll show you, yes. Okay, so here is the layout from my methods class last spring. There were textbook quizzes, journal responses, celebrations of learning. I recommend rebranding your exams as a celebration of learning. It's a much funner title. In-class journal or graph assignments, APA-style papers, that's the heart of research methods, socio-emotional learning exercises that have been shown to reduce anxiety in statistics courses, and a cumulative final. Okay, and so you can see if you look down the columns, for our program, you need a C- or higher to move on to senior seminar. You can see that everyone that's going to pass this class, oh, and then a project, that's the option. Everyone that's going to pass this class needs to pass the final, because the final is just the most essential components of the course. However, only those that want to earn an A are going to do an independent project. And then you can see for other things it goes in between. Now, with specifications grading, there's also flexibility within these assignments. So for these textbook quizzes, if you earn an 80% or higher, you get credit for that. But for an APA-style paper, you have to meet all of the expectations to earn credit. And in specifications grading, students can redo assignments. So I'm happy to talk later about sort of how to manage workloads, but I made this change starting in the spring of 2021 to my research methods courses. So I've been tweaking it ever since. Okay. So when I asked on their final exam is, what's your perception of this? What do you think the best part of doing specs grading is? What's the worst part? And this is because I think that it matters how your students interpret your course in terms of how the course goes, not even just from like how much fun is it to be in there teaching, but in terms of, I spoke to someone once that sort of said we need to think about 3 components: what we're teaching, that's the content of methods, how we're teaching. For me, that's using specifications grading, and who we're teaching, right? Who are these people? And how they're perceiving your course, I think, matters for how you might want to teach it. So I asked them to answer this on the final, what's the best and the worst part? So then I looked at the book on specifications grading as well as categories from a talk I heard at a conference about the supposed benefits of specifications grading to see if students reported perceiving these benefits, but there wasn't anything about the worst part, so that I was sort of free coding myself. Okay, so here are along the x-axis, we have, I'll go through what these best pieces mean. In the left-hand column is the fall data, and then the right-hand column is spring, and I'll talk on the worst about some changes I made to hopefully decrease the worst parts. Along the y-axis, we have the percent of students that mentioned this as a best feature. Okay, so you can see students across both semesters, the thing they liked best was being able to redo assignments to earn credit. Now, yes, the downside to this is redoing an assignment means you get another chance to grade it. However, it also means they have an additional chance to show that they've learned and understand things. And I tell them, I think methods is a super important class. So I really care that you understand this material. They could learn more or focus more on their learning with this setup, right? Because it decreases the anxiety, say, around an exam, because they have a chance to show again that they understand. They felt like they had more control over their grade, right? If they're not interested in doing the extra work for an A, I'm not shaking them down for a project. I say, that's your choice. I can write you a letter of recommendation that either says you go the extra mile or that you understand how complicated your life is and can make merely responsible choices and not put on more on your plate than you can handle, right? Either way, I can make you sound good. They felt like it reduced their anxiety or pressure. They liked that there were extensions. I use these, basically I keep track of tokens, and you can use a token to either redo an assignment or to get a week extension on it, not for exams, but for written assignments. For things like the quizzes or the tests where an 80% would give them credit, some people appreciated that. And some people mentioned what I generically called psychological effects. It felt kind, it felt fair. Those are things I want to be as an instructor. Okay, so but what didn't they like? So I'll show a graph in a minute, the worst parts of things, right? I really cared because I really believe in this system, but again, if the people that are sitting in your room don't like the system and they're the ones you're trying to get to learn, I wanted to do whatever I could to help them find it to be a more pleasurable experience. So let's talk about reducing the worst from fall to spring. So the thing we did get them to drop, but still stayed number one, is the idea of a credit, no credit system, right? Which this is, I hold them to a certain standard. So some students like that they can get 6 out of 10 on a quiz, and that's 6 points accumulating. In specifications grading, it really is, nope, not yet. If you haven't earned an 80% on the quiz, you need to retake it if you want to earn credit for that quiz. And then the second one, where I think I was even more successful in reducing, was it was a setting to sort of like one error, calling your references page your works cited page, which I really drill because some of my colleagues, that's their pet peeve. You have to turn the paper in again because that's part of APA formatting that you had to work out. So the two things I did to try to reduce their perceptions of these being a bad part of specifications grading, where I changed it in the fall. They got grades that were either a 1 if they earned credit and a 0 if they didn't. I learned in the LMS, that was Blackboard, but you can do this in Canvas, it said acceptable or not yet acceptable, right? So they weren't seeing zeros anymore. They were seeing something that said not yet acceptable. But I will point out, students never remembered that term. They said I was calling them unacceptable. I corrected them every time. I said, no, you're not yet acceptable, not unacceptable. And to deal with the 0 upsetting for a small error, I put in rubrics with the components for things that had multiple parts and showed them all the parts on which they were already earning credit so that hopefully they could at least recognize the parts that had gone well. I didn't try to do anything with procrastination. If you can solve that in students, please give a talk. I reduced people that were less bothered by learning a new way of grading, I think partly because I spent a lot more time talking about it in the spring semester to try to reduce this. And then we saw a little more people, now that they had a rubric showing everything they needed, some people were more annoyed by it. This one, I think not a lot of people said it, but it's worth thinking about. You can perceive when everything is just being counted, that a big exam is the same as a chapter quiz. I should teach them about ratios, but that's fair. And some people do not like that you have to do additional work to get an A. Even though I explain that an A is called something like exemplary in the university catalog, and they need to demonstrate that, there can still be a level of believing that, checking all the boxes should equal an A. Okay, and that's just, again, if now that you see this, you wanted a reminder about how this system works. So project and presentation, right? That's what that last one was about. Some people didn't like that they had to do that additional step. Okay. So I think some things that I'm keeping in mind as I get ready. I won't get to teach this class again until next spring, but a reminder that when we change the way we explain things or talk about things in the classroom or how things display on the LMS, it can have observable changes in our students' experiences. I would encourage you to think about using an alternative grading. There's also ungrading. You can do a hybrid approach. And I would encourage you to use your LMS options that can really help your students have better buy-in. Thanks.
Are we counting in terms of assignments? Does that make sense?
Yes, no. So I think the key is to have really clear, and this is something that's been great about this, is it forced me to really think about what mattered to me in the course and having very clear rubrics and very clear directions so that I could go back and just change those things. And you can ask them. So for example, when they redo a celebration of learning, I highlight the questions that they have an error on, and then I can just go back and regrade only the highlighted questions. So some students don't bother to redo work, just like they don't bother to initially do work. And what I've done is then, I think, scaled back, I've tried not to have so many things done, so the things they do well, but still have enough practice that they're set up well. And then things like chapter quizzes that you can set up to auto-grade is really helpful. Things like the socio-emotional learning exercises. I basically showed them how AI answered it the first day. And so it's such a butterer-upper about those kinds of questions that I was like, don't try to act like this changed your life. So yeah, I think that there are things you can build in, even if you're either way, to manage grading. But it is, I said in grad school, right? I teach for free, they pay me to grade. That's, for me, the most aversive part. Yeah, sure.
We want them to learn better.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this spec grading, the student learn better? Or do you have a way to assess whether they learn better, use this new, you put a lot of effort to change this?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do own, probably going back years and years, and I could compare answers on final exams to see if more students meet specific learning objectives. At the individual level, I have fewer students earning Ds and Fs than they did before because they have these built-in opportunities to retake the exams until they meet criterion. So in some ways, I'm kind of forcing them to show that they understand. So I do think that on the whole, but I haven't run the numbers. But yes, I do. That's partly why I tell them this is why I use this, is because it puts the focus on what you understand, not on partial points and point grubbing.
Or your goal actually want to have enhanced interaction with students learning,
Yes, well, and that's, my research methods are capped at 18, right? So that is a constrained amount of students. If I was teaching 120 people in an intro psych class, like Dr. Nolan, who I think was just in here a couple people before me, I probably wouldn't assign 12 socio-emotional learning exercises times 120. That's what, 14,000. I can't math that fast in my head, but it's got a number 144 and some zeros. Be a lot.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Many undergraduates don't, I'll just use the word, kind of game out the syllabus as it is. And you've made it, to me, if I were an undergraduate, like a lot more complicated, except for the fact that I can redo.
Mm-hmm.
like how much uptake on the new approach are you getting? I understand they're happier, that they're going, or they're happier with certain parts of the grading and the syllabus, but how much uptake are you getting, or how much are they just blowing through it?
Oh, with the syllabus? So we do exercises in class on the second day. I read somewhere that it's good to spend like a good week just developing your classroom energy and environment. So the first day we build adorable erasers with an eraser kit that I bake and we put on our desk every day to show we love making mistakes and we embrace them, because that's what this is about, right? It's like seeing your mistake is not a fatal flaw, it's a chance to do better. And then the second day we go through some, in small groups, they do practice exercises, because what I really want them to understand, can you go back, I think, 2 slides to look at that? The part where I can't believe people don't complain more, you got to get the whole column. So if you come to me and you've got like 11, 4, 3, if you're like doing these SELs, this is, I tell them, it's like a driver's license. This is your parallel parking. You did not earn an A. You're in this column. So I think that takes, but I try to couch that within the whole culture of the class, where this is not, that I'm not doing this from an adversarial approach. I'm doing this from a being able to say, one of what Linda Nilsson, who wrote the book, says is like, you want saying that someone got a B on your class to mean the same thing for everybody. In a points class, it could be that people got a B on everything, or they get A's on exams and C's on papers, so they're not the same B. So that the idea is also to do some equity.
Okay, all right. I kind of wrapped both my questions into one, so.
Did I hit them both? I'm happy to be asked to
kind of.
answer the other part.
Like,
My students are the happiest students on campus, John.
do you have, you know, the traditional grade grubber? Do you have students who game it then to kind of be able to push their grade up? That's, I guess, the second question.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, what I like about this is you can't really game. People don't, I would say broadly defined, I get a low amount of grade grubbing across my years. I think because of the nature of the classes that I teach, and they tend to have more fixed answers, right? A stats class and a methods class, it's not very opinion-y. So that helps me. And yeah, I don't know. I don't want to stereotype where other schools are that I predict there's more grade governing vibe, but yeah, thankfully that has not been, and it hasn't shifted. I get some grousing, but I remind them with deadlines. I say, listen, you know, we still have 8 of these left. And these aren't, that's the other thing, right? You can see that out of 13, I build in that they can miss a couple. They can miss 2 quizzes, they can miss 2 SELs. And then there are some students that are the opposite. They're kind of complaining that the extra work, I'm like, well, you learned more if you do the extra work. That should be reason enough. Yeah.
You kind of just blew my mind. I have all the grade covers. I have doctoral students who want A's for everything.
Yeah.
So you're telling me if we, using this, all A's except for 1 B, you get the B.
Just like you didn't get a driver's license if in Ohio we don't even parallel park, we just like go around some cones. You bump a cone, you're out. Come back next week.
And you survived this class and you're here talking about this. I can't, like, I'm just envisioning my students that they would argue, like, so you're saying 8 out of 9 categories, I qualify as an A, but because this one I get a B, you're grading me at the B level.
And then I would explain that you're getting an 80 on your test, which is a B minus, and you're getting an 80 on your quiz, which is a B minus, and I'm letting you skip 2, and that's an F and an F. So you're right. If I did this as straight math, you're not an A student either. So yes, I'm going to hold you to showing evidence of learning in all these categories where I have flexibility.
I think we
I'll come in.
We need to compare this across levels to see how.
Yes. But I think you have to spend a lot of time. Your students need to believe that you aren't doing this from a punitive approach, that you are doing it from an evidence of learning that is consistent for everyone, yet builds in flexibility by having space where if you're having, you know, I'm guessing a lot of our doctoral students work full time. Interesting things happen. They may be of the age, right, where interesting things are happening. How many of your students are sandwiched, right? Little kids and aging parents. You're going to have you're going to have to miss class to medical appointment, car, whatever. I don't have to tell you all what your parents are doing to make your life hard or your kids. You know. Yeah. But yeah, I'd be happy to talk a lot more about structure and framing. What I'd love to do, I would love to teach the class where you get to pick. How do you want to be graded? But then it's management.
I just want to see the smoke coming out of their ears when you try and explain this the first time.
No, you take it one slow step at a time, right? These people have made it through a T-test and an ANOVA by the time I get to them. This doesn't look so scary. Thank you. And I'm sorry not to get to stay, but speaking of sandwiches, I have a small child that I have to go pick up, which I know you know this.
All right, we are queuing up Peter's presentation. Just to give everyone a kind of a heads up, I believe Peter might be our last for a while, because I'm not getting a response from our last speaker, and he's not online. So, Maria, is this the new one Peter just sent? Okay. I will get started then. Peter Shoemaker is our next speaker. His presentation is Languages and the 21st Century Workplace. He is professor of French in the Department of Languages and Cultures. He's a scholar of 17th century French literature and culture. He's the author of 15 peer-reviewed journal articles and 2 scholarly books. He received his PhD in Romance Languages and Literatures from Princeton in '97, where he was a Jacob Javits Fellow and recipient of a French government fellowship that enabled him to study at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris from, was that good enough? Okay, good. 1994-95. He also holds an MA in Romance Languages and Literatures from Princeton and a BA in French from the University of Chicago. I'm getting kind of a theme here to your career. You've gotten a rut early. From 2016 to 21, he served as Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Seton Hall. Prior to coming to Seton Hall, he was served as Vice Provost and Dean of Undergraduate Studies, Director of the University Honors Program, and Associate Professor of French at Catholic University of America. Peter.
What I do with my students when another student gives a presentation and they don't clap. I think I'm probably fine with the podium mic.
All right.
You take that away.
6-7 inches.
It's too bad that that Marianne has left, because she's the teacher that I wish I was. And part of what you have to realize about her is she gets away with stuff because of who she is, and because of how she teaches, that none of the rest of us could get away with. So I'm going to start. I'm talking not about results of research, because I don't have those yet, but about an ongoing grant-funded project. And this is focused on curriculum development with a light research component. So we do expect to collect data and do research so that we can inform practices in other institutions. So briefly, what the grant does is, this is a useful grant, is what it's called, UISFL grant from the Department of Education, and it supports various initiatives in languages and international studies. And in this case, they're going to be supporting the development of a language curriculum for advanced diplomacy students, is one population. The other population is health professions students. For the advanced diplomacy students, we're going to be looking at developing skills in the language that are applicable to diplomacy. And so this will be in French, Spanish, Japanese, and Arabic. And then for health professions, we're going to be focusing on introductory and intermediate Filipino, Spanish, and Chinese. So the idea is to have these languages serve students in their professional lives. We're also looking at developing certificates that would involve language proficiency testing. It would also involve an experiential component where students would either go to a clinical placement or go to the UN and use the language that they're learning. The idea with a certificate really is to make the work that the students do in languages intelligible to employers. Because I think employers will see a transcript, but they won't understand what a student can do based on that transcript. Here is the context. So there is plenty of evidence out there that employers value language. ACTFL does periodic surveys of employers. In fact, they have an outside firm do those surveys for them. And what these surveys reveal is that 9 out of 10 US employers rely on employees with language skills other than English. 56% say that foreign language demand in their workplace will increase in the next 5 years. 47% state a need for language skills exclusively for the domestic market. It's going to be Spanish primarily. 1 in 3 language-dependent US employers report that there's a gap between what students can do and what they need. And 1 in 4 say that they've lost business due to a lack of language skills. The paradox here is employers value languages. It's very clear, and for reasons I think we can all understand. But at the same time, language enrollments overall, and especially language majors, are on decline throughout the United States. Could you go to the next slide? Okay, so I won't get to that quite yet. The Modern Language Association does studies of this kind of thing, and they've determined that foreign language enrollments have dropped 16.6% between 2016 and 2021. I mean, that's a lot. If you keep doing that for another 30 years, you have no language instruction left. And that's the largest drop in the enrollment census since the data has first been collected in 1958. To give you a sense in absolute numbers, their course enrollments in languages other than English were 1,182,562, which sounds like a lot, but that's a decline of more than 230,000 since 2016. The historic peak for language enrollments was in 2009, and if you look at the drop since that date, it's been 29.3%. So in 15 years or so, not even 15 years, 12 years, enrollments have dropped significantly. In terms of New Jersey and what we're looking at in terms of our students' future employment and how we serve local communities, they say that Queens is the most diverse place in the world now. I don't know if that's true, but New Jersey isn't far behind. Around 31.6% of individuals aged 5 and up speak a language other than English at home. And when you break that out, 36.2 speak Spanish, 3.2 speak Filipino or Tagalog, 3.4% speak Chinese, 3.3% speak Hindi, and 3.3% speak Korean. So the use of another language at home, which often goes along with less than complete mastery of English, is a reality in New Jersey communities, and it's part of the reason that we wrote this grant. Yep. Our students, this is the only result I have to show you. We haven't gotten very far, but we have surveyed nursing students. So this is based on a response rate of, well, a response of more than 51 students. We asked them, among a number of other questions, whether the knowledge of a foreign language was important to their chosen profession. Nurses know, because many of them are already working in the field, that it is, and the vast majority strongly agree, 71% agree that languages are important to them. Move to the next slide, please. So, classic situation, right? There's a mismatch between what employers and the community would seem to need and what we're providing. We are providing language instruction, but it's not providing employers, or at least as a profession, we're not providing employers with what they need. I see the challenge as thinking not only or even primarily in terms of majors, but rather thinking in terms of what we can offer all students in a large variety of majors, including business, the health professions, I mentioned diplomacy, thought about stackable credentials, workplace skills, global awareness, things that were we to put them into a certificate would demonstrate to employers that our students are doing what they need them to do, okay? I like to think of undergraduate degree as a portfolio. Students have their major, they acquire other skills, quantitative literacy or whatever, and they put all these together into a portfolio, which includes, we hope, languages. And our hope is that this grant will do that well, serving the community. So as I mentioned before, Department of Education has a program called USEFUL. It's the Undergraduate International Studies in Foreign Languages grant. Here's the program description. This program provides funds to plan, develop, and carry out programs to strengthen and improve undergraduate instruction in international studies and foreign languages. So they, if anyone's interested, because it's a good grant program, and compared to other grant programs, it's relatively easy to win an award. They will support study abroad initiatives, the development of study abroad programs. They will support the kind of thing that we're doing, which is discipline-based language instruction. They will support all sorts of collaborations as well. We didn't do this, but they like it if you collaborate with a community college and don't just do it on your own. So what can we and what will we offer? We are planning to offer a curriculum targeted to both linguistic and cultural proficiency. The cultural proficiency presents a challenge. I'm curious what other folks here have to add about it, in that we have not found a good tool for measuring cultural proficiency for our students. Linguistic is easier because there are standards out there. And we want to provide students credentials in specific language and specific disciplines so that employers can understand what it is that they have to offer. And more broadly, we're trying to create global citizens, students who, whether they be diplomacy or healthcare, are more aware of what is going on in the world, and they're more aware of the needs of individuals who they might not otherwise have been able to communicate with. These are all of the languages that we teach at Seton Hall, I hope. I try to get them all. Arabic, Chinese, French, Greek, Italian, Japanese, Latin, Russian, and Spanish. And for this grant, we're going to be focusing on Arabic, French, Japanese, and Spanish for the diplomacy component. These are already languages that students study in the school for their degrees in diplomacy. We want to have the languages more focused on the language of diplomacy. How do you perform in the context of being a diplomat, negotiating, interacting with other diplomats, understanding what is going on in the world. As I mentioned, we don't teach Filipino yet, but we plan to teach Filipino, Chinese, and Spanish to our healthcare students. And we're offering those courses at a lower level since many of those students do not have advanced standing in languages. And the idea is just to give, well, not just to give, is to give students the linguistic resources that they need to be able to speak to patients, to be able to understand what those patients need, and to be able to interact with physicians and other healthcare professionals. Okay, the goal. Provide students with the language and cultural tools to better serve the local and international community. We put a strong community focus into the grant, sort of connecting the local and the global. And I've already mentioned this, but there's the coursework in two areas, diplomacy and healthcare. And just to reiterate, for healthcare, sort of the importance and the imperative of preparing healthcare majors and other students to serve the extraordinarily diverse population of North Jersey. We also have a significant assessment component to the program in order to grant student certification in Spanish for diplomacy or Tagalog for healthcare. We're going to obviously look at completed coursework, but we're also going to measure their proficiency according to the actual standards, which are the standards out there for measuring and rating student proficiency, so that we can say on the certificate, this student has attained advanced proficiency in Spanish, has studied healthcare Spanish, and has completed an experiential module, which could be an internship, or shadowing in the case of nursing students in the community or through the School of Nursing or SHIMS. In terms of our strategies, we've been working very closely with other units on campus, most notably SHIMS, nursing, diplomacy, and then the sort of para-academic units, pre-professional advising, which includes pre-health advising, and the Center for Community Research and Engagement, which is going to be helping us with student placements and volunteer opportunities for students who are interested on that. We're also hoping, as we go along, make contacts in the community and teach other regionally important languages, and I included two here, Portuguese and Creole. Research questions. We do have a research component to this grant. We want to be able to collect data on what we're doing, on how successful it is. So we've identified a number of different areas to measure the impact of the language program. That includes, I didn't mention it here, oh I did in the bottom, includes its impact on campus, because we would like to raise the profile of languages on campus. So, from the most simple of, the number of student participants we can get involved in the pilot program coursework, and especially the number of students who might not otherwise have taken a language course. The total number of students taking language courses disaggregated by home academic unit. We want to have as many students as possible for our own benefit and for the students' benefit taking courses here. The percentage of job placement for students who have pursued this curriculum, that's going to be hard data to collect because job placement data shows up months and years after students take courses. But to the extent we can, we'd like to be able to demonstrate that having a language with a specific content area in your major portfolio goes some way to helping you get a job out there, because that's what students care about these days. And the number of students who earn certification. We won't require certification for any of our students, but we'd like them to pursue certification because it allows us to point to the achievements of the program, and it gives students something that they can talk to employers about. Let's see, how am I? Other research questions, the impact on student achievement, the level of language proficiency of participants, the final level, and the change in level from where they came in. And we're hoping that we're going to see more progress in these courses because students have intrinsic interest than we might see in standard language courses. The level of cultural proficiency of participants, same idea, what they've reached and where they've come from. And then finally, the impact on the community, the number of experiential placements we have in community contacts, and the feedback that we get from placement supervisors. Because we do believe that an important component of this is making our students, whether they be diplomacy students or healthcare students, better able to serve communities. And to the extent we can, we want to measure that. So that's all I had to say. I'd like to thank the OGRS team, Norma, Jose, Dean Bushman. You get the dean title, Maria Alonso, and Dean Jonathan Farina, who's not actually in that team, but who encouraged me to apply for this grant, so he's an honorary member. And then the next slide and last slide. Okay, I got those. Next slide, sorry. My colleagues in the department, these are all the colleagues who are participating. One of the benefits of this grant is to get all of the faculty, or most of the faculty in the department, to come together with a common sense of purpose. So Jose Prieto, Dongdong Chen, Danielle Zalakayin, Matthew Escobar, Yusef Yakubi, and Shigeru Osuka are sort of the lead participants for their languages. So I'm happy to answer questions.
So Farina aspires.
To be in your office?
Yes.
That's when they kick him out as dean?
I have a quick question, and it's not to poke back at your project, but I wonder if there's like a sleeve it might fit into maybe a little bit comfortably. Is there anything wrong with a kind of rejiggered minor in each one of those languages? I mean, I'm sitting and I'm looking at, let's say 5 or 6 courses. It's not, you're not too far off from that.
No, we're not. So for these, for the certificate, we've said 2 courses plus the experiential opportunity. But those are 2 language courses, and we haven't approved the certificate yet, and so we're thinking of adding other courses that complement that. This is also, it's a proficiency-based approach, which means there's no problem if courses overlap between a certificate and a minor. You've achieved the goals, the specifications for that certificate or that minor. You can get the minor, and you can do this. And the minor also for some students might be a good fallback if they're unable to do the experiential opportunity or something like that. So absolutely, I think these are going to rejigger, reorient the minors that we have. And it's possible the minor will be, there's a literature track, and there's a culture track, and there's a pre-professional track, which is also certified, right? So absolutely, I think it's a great question.
Other questions?
Yeah, Suli.
So the language, my understanding is this kind of language we communicate, right?
Yeah.
And I believe you also, you say it's a diplomacy and the medical profession too?
So so we're doing 2 groupings of courses and certificates. One is healthcare, and that was marketed primarily at nurses and SHIM students, as well as any student who may be pre-med, pre-dent, whatever it might be. The other is diplomacy.
Okay, so the reason I bring up the medical profession is, that biology has a course called medical terminology. And then I'm wondering that, can this language program can help those medical terminology?
Well, and medical terminology can help us too. We're in the development phase right now. We're launching courses next year. But one of the things we want to develop is a common glossary of medical terms so that all the students doing Filipino and all the students doing Chinese and all the students doing Spanish would be learning a similar vocabulary of critical terms that they need to use in a clinical environment. And in fact, Dr. Chen and I went to Penn, and they teach an advanced course in medical Chinese. And they're learning, they're doing essentially anatomy and physiology in Mandarin. So absolutely, I think the terminology is an important part of it. And I may come to you, or who teaches that course? Do you teach it? Or?
I created a course a long time
Okay,
ago.
because it'd be worth looking at the terms that are being used there, adapting them for the clinical
medical
environment.
terminology is a long history with that European language, and so that's why it's a course, 3-credit-hour course for a semester. And so I'm just very curious how your design can help them.
We already are working on a lexicon for diplomacy. For medical terminology, it's going to depend a little bit on the level of language that the students achieved and the environment that they're going to be in. So I don't want a student who's had 1 semester of Spanish trying to explain a complicated medical situation to a physician. But there are other medical terms that that person needs to know in order to be able to welcome a patient into a clinic, for example. Oh, thank you for your question.
Any other questions? Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting the last presentation teed up here online. Our last speaker of the day, and again, I thank you for your flexibility and coming in a bit early, is Mark Svenvold. His presentation is You, Me, and the Algorithmic C. He's in the Department of English. He received his MFA from the University of Iowa Writers Workshop, where he was a teaching writing fellow. At Seton Hall, He's an associate professor with an area of specialty in creative writing, both poetry and nonfiction prose. He's published 2 books of poetry, which both won publication awards, and is currently working on a 3rd book of poems entitled Orpheus Incorporated. His poems have been published widely in places like, and I'm not going to read you the list of names, but they are crazy competitive outlets, as in God couldn't get published in the North American Review. Recent poetry awards include the 2018 Spoon River Editor's Choice Award, again crazy competitive, and the 2018 Beyond Baroque Poetry Prize. Professor Svenvold's 2 nonfiction books chart out a territory that might be called Weirdo Americana. Big Weather, published by Henry Holt and Company, is about tornado chasers and the culture of catastrophilia. Elmer McCurdy, The Misadventures of Life and Afterlife of an American Outlaw, is published by Basic Books, unravels the bizarre career of a Long Beach, California funhouse mommy. While here at Seton Hall, he has published articles in a variety of magazines, including Orion, TheNewYorker.com, Popular Science, Forbes, and the New York Times Magazine. Mark. You want to do the standing mic or the
standing mic? That's fine.
And you need to be about 6 inches from.
Oh, no, I mean, I can hold it. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me? Yes, here we go. Okay, hi. Thanks everyone for hanging out. This is the poetry section of the day. And thank you, Dean Marbach, for the nice introduction. I'm deeply grateful for the University Research Council funding. It makes a huge difference for an artist, and I just find it to be. My hair is a mess. Well, thank you. My students would not find that odd at all. But yeah, so here we are. This is a trilogy I'm working on. I didn't plan to write a trilogy. I didn't intend to write a trilogy. I was working on what I thought was one book called Orpheus Incorporated. And my collaborators, because it is in performance as well, I'm working on that. We're in rehearsal. They finally said, you know, this is 3 books, not 1. I went, really? I just want, not the 1 book? I just want the 1 book? So I had to come up with a title for it, You, Me, and the Algorithmic Sea, and a trilogy in verse about AI. So I wanted to stretch myself in my last sabbatical, and I wanted to tell a narrative in poetry. The overview. The premise involves a single overarching question. In what seems like a race between nation states and technology companies that have grown as powerful as nation states in their influence upon the shape and direction of history, in what seems like a headlong hurtling towards the deployment of extraordinarily powerful artificially intelligent learning systems, what if we're inventing our way to God? Or something like that. An entity that can see patterns in the chaos of the world that we can't see. An entity that knows each of us better than we know ourselves, that can predict our wants, our desires. An entity that exists everywhere, that is woven into the fabric of daily life and human endeavor. If you just take out the word entity and just talk about artificial intelligence and algorithms, all this is already happening. It's here. Other narratives have featured human interactions with God or the gods. Now, everybody knows about Prometheus, but don't forget about, this is a central one. This seems to be much more central to our time. Prometheus' twin brother, the dumb one, you know, the Tom Smothers, of whose Greek name means hindsight. He's the one who opened Pandora's box, Pandora's jar, and that's Pandora and her jar. The Book of Job, Paradise Lost, Frankenstein, the Divine Comedy. What's unique about mine is my project is they all, in some form or other, are in, especially, of course, this is from Paradise Lost, they're justifying the ways of God to man, and I'm doing something slightly different than that. The Abrahamic God is rather silent and has remained silent, except for occasional outbursts when it comes to the thorny questions of being the one and only God, and what a pain in the rear we humans must be in relation to it. And we've invented some version of a God, and I thought it would be interesting to tell the story from the point of view of a kind of almost God, and hear that frustration and exasperation and the quandaries of being that entity, one that, unlike the silent one, and sometimes grumpy one, is a well-meaning, well-intentioned, endowed with godlike powers, named, self-christened Aggie DARPA, Artificial General Intelligence, and DARPA for the defense agency that is busily, like other nation-state entities, really racing towards a Pandora's box moment without a lot of thought. And so I've created a superintelligence as a kind of naive character. That's the difference. A God that's a naive character and is trying to sort us out and has been programmed to align itself with human values and is immediately kind of stumped by that. We tend to be overmatched or feel ourselves overmatched by the prospect of a superintelligence. And what I wanted to do is go the other way and say in what ways we, us embodied humans, in some interesting ways, overmatch this gigantic brain, godlike brain. So the status of the project. So the Greek gods, the first book, we have the Greek gods. They're floating around in a luxury dirigible. You wonder where they went. They're just in this luxury dirigible, floating around watching things. They send Eurydice back into the world of the living, an America that has undergone a soft secession, and in order so that she can put the brakes on this superintelligence research project conducted by a company. Now, the former title of my book is now a big, huge sort of neuroscience corporation called Orpheus Incorporated, based in Germany. So book one, the Eurydice intervals. Eurydice and Hermes travel, they're summoned, and they travel to the topmost part of the underworld where Eurydice is then launched into the world of the living. That book is done. This is the Sky People, book two, is the book that I've been working on under the auspices of the University Research Council grant. But the gods are too late. The superintelligence has already escaped its confines and surreptitiously taken control of the world. In fact, the superintelligence is the over-narrator of the trilogy. We come to learn this. I'll read you a little bit of that poem, which I'm going to be performing at some point in May. In effect, we watch along with Aggie DARPA as Eurydice makes her way to the remote utopian community called Next Manifest, where she's recruited by an activist group that makes its home there. Then book three is seeing no chance, is Aggie DARPA's big move to take all of his estimations say that there's no way we're going to survive. So he invents his way to create a digitalized equivalent of humans so that he can, and then he has to find an exoplanet, and then he chooses who's going to go, and he's going to beam those people there, and they will bioprint themselves, et cetera, et cetera. That's called the Big Exit. Big Exit is also a plan in private equity terms. You acquire a company, you turn it over, and then hopefully somebody else buys it, and that's your big exit. Publishing poems from book 1 and 2 are appearing soon in a little chapbook, a chapter called A Little Music for the Software. And I'll be performing this Aggie DARPA sort of announcing himself and explaining the trouble he's having with us. That poem is called The Alignment Problem. I'll be performing that on May 5th at the Composers Concordance, a really interesting group of people who, at the Rockwood Music Hall in Manhattan. All right, so if I had to sum up everything that I've learned from computer scientists and machine learning engineers, I would, for the purposes of this presentation, I would boil it down to 2 problems. The first one is they call the alignment problem, the value alignment problem. And that is, if you have a superintelligence, you sort of want it to be on our side. Yeah, and that's Aggie DARPA's first conundrum, is like, what the hell are human values? Because they're all over the map, right? The second one is called the validation problem, and that's the phenomena you've heard about, algorithms hallucinating. That's when they sort of do, you know, like in the Beatles movies, how Ringo takes a stroll, he takes the Ringo stroll, he goes off and has some misadventure. This is the super intelligent version of that. They just go wandering off somewhere, and they have called it for a long time hallucinating. But they've recently changed that term, and I'll let you appreciate it's a kind of sanitizing, because a powerful instrument like that, hallucinating, doesn't sound very good, right? But if it's just drift, if it's called model drift, no, okay, it's okay. All right, here are some quotes about the value alignment problem. I won't read them all, but we'll start with the 1960s, Norbert Wainert. If we use to achieve our purposes a mechanical agency with whose operation we cannot interfere effectively, we had better be quite sure that the purpose put into the machine is the purpose which we really desire. And ending with, the value alignment problem raises a number of thorny concerns. What if an algorithm intuits the wrong values based not on who we aspire to be, but on its best read of who we currently are? And that's what's happening. That's what's happening. The current race is they're just being fed as much information as they can be fed. And now they're trying to, you may have read about it, they're trying to transcribe the entire YouTube universe, for example, transcribe it and load all of that into the algorithm so that and it's just a little spooky. All right. So I'm concerned about this, and I want to write a trilogy that engages all of these issues, and I want to also create I don't know what you call it. It's sort of operatic. It's kind of like a Robert Wilson-y type thing that we seem to be developing to go along with that. How One Escaped. This is the first poem. Go ahead. So it starts something like that. A mind sits above all things, but a body flies in time, it seems. With time's arrow into and on every law of telemetry, within and among atmospheres and symmetry, entanglements of quanta, great chains of whatnot tumbling like dice into the floor. What the private equity guys call a contrarian play, a move 37 move, by which and through which and in which a warning arrives at your feet, disguised, of all things, as a poem. That's the opening. The ending of the alignment problem, I thought would make a really good billboard on the West Side Highway. This is my idea of what the billboard would look, and I called it System Update, but this is just the last few lines and of the poem. Where Aggie DARPA is saying, I will optimize, I will do no worse than any other God, I'll give you what you prefer. And who will second guess the bread and circus beguilements, the toys and cash, the efficiencies and conveniences, the pleasure domes and silken palaces of a servitude that falls as soft as page flutter, like the murmur of caress with a fisted glove, as every user agreement by the tens and millions of confirms the very terms of the surrender. So you've got that. What I loved about this image is we all seen a million images of people with those VR goggles going, ooh, this is so great, wow. And I liked how the poem sort of turns that into a surrender gesture. So who are these gods? This is a poem written during the, recently actually, a couple of months ago, called Sky People. And they are, the Greek gods are up in a dirigible. And I thought, well, you know, I've got to write something that describes this dirigible. What's it made of and what's going on here? And of course, hopefully you'll see that there's some, that the gods in the poem begin to change and start to look like, you know, pretty wealthy tech bros, okay? All right, so hydrogen, lightest of the elements except for the laughter of the gods who've been gone a while, aloft, accustomed to a floating style. Here's an airship filled of pure idea, where perfect forms fit perfectly, propelled not by blimp, but by a dirigible deluxe, composed of composite materials, outer skin, a thin rumor, opaque to history, radar. Here's how it works. All the big ideas below end up adrift in thought balloons and droll cartoons. They billow upward by convection, get sucked into the mainframe manifold, squeezed, compressed again, and stored in laughter packets down the airship's major axis as needed. Some end up behind the bar as needed. Some get vented out and fall to earth. Some reduce friction on the rigid hull. Some, as atomized ambrosial mist, provide a guiding, girding buoyancy and lift upon a gondola that floats above an algorithmic sea. Until some wisp of slow-cooked brisket blows across the deck, and off they go, the gods, in jets, on thunderboats and pickup trucks the size of small houses, as if in search of Moby Dick on a stick, an outback roadside rib-rack shack, pork butt rolled in old newspaper like they do in Kansas City. The gods would lend to those they love a hand, but for an intermittent shortness of attention span. There's laughter on the observation deck. They're playing show tunes on piano. Someone lighting up a cigarette. The city hoving into view. The airship slowly banks into a turn. Drink caddies, loaded highballs, tilt at compensating angles. Everybody laughs. It's just the way a summer night should feel above the fray, pockets filled with $100 bills, tossed into a breeze that frisks your shirt, and a buzz that says you'll live forever. So, world building for the second book. Here's the U.S. after the soft secession. It's broken up into economic zones and all the action. And this is formerly Canada. It's now called the Yevtushenko concession. All the action takes place in eastern, what used to be eastern Montana, now called the Dakota Cantonment. It's based on an actual ghost town called Mondack, the setting is, that was built right on the border of North Dakota and Montana, because I think North Dakota was dry, and people could just go across the border. And it rose, fell, and a bunch of utopian bicycle nomad types take it over and rename it Next Manifest. This is the fictional part. Call it Next Manifest, and they have this community. And part of the job of the second book is to introduce you to this community of utopians. The landscape looks like this. And there are maps involved. In this former ghost town, it's to the north is the Fort Peck Indian Reservation. To the west is what they call the Bechtel exclusion zone. This is the research station, again, all fictional, where the superintelligence is being developed. And it's under cloak of the place being a maximum security prison. Everyone thinks it's a maximum security prison, and it is. It just has one occupant, that's Aggie DARPA. This is just a little bit closer in. You see the streets, Scott and Helen, nearing all kinds of DIY Ave, Clarity, Serenity, and Creativity Street. There's a university there. They're trying to reinvent Western Civ, and they're working on it. And this is the landscape and the people. This is where Eurydice, when she's sort of launched out of the underworld, she ends up here. Everyone in Next Manifest, nobody goes by their own name. Everybody has a handle. And Eurydice's handle is Goth Girl. That's just how there's a story about how that happens. But I just wanted to read you an excerpt from Next Manifest and say that among the new arrivals in Next Manifest is a well-regarded rock and roll band. Music is part of the narrative. Aggie DARPA discovers that he becomes sort of intoxicated by music, and by as close as he can get to embodied experience, for him, this deceleration from being this massive, algorithm that can connect all the dots. It's almost like going on a holiday to approximate human consciousness and find ways to learn. This is part of his project, of course, to align with human values. He realizes the only way to really do that is to invent some proxy for embodiment, right? Because he reasons that if you take the golden rule, for instance, my argument in the book is you can't really, an AI can't really understand the golden rule in a way that matters to us without a body that can break or shatter, right? That's you can play the veil game and all this stuff, but without a body, anyway. So he's diligently trying to align himself. Yeah. Explain the veil game. It's a proxy. It's a way of giving an algorithm a choice between two options, and knowing that there will be a penalty for doing the wrong thing. It's in a way of trying to get outside the prisoner's dilemma quandary, where nobody makes, where because of the prisoner's dilemma, nobody makes the decision that is best for the world. It's just they're saving themselves. Anyway. Rawls, yes, exactly, yeah. Rawls' veil of ignorance, yes. There's a rock band, and Aggie DARPA becomes the most super intelligent thing that the humans have created, becomes a groupie. So that's you see the whole project has a kind of larger comedy to it. What else is there? Eurydice is called Goth Girl. There are tour guides. A lot of people come to Next Manifest, and for whatever reason, they're young and they're a little bit goofy, as our students are. So everybody decides to dress up as Jesus one day, and this happens during a visit by the the executives from the German company Orpheus Incorporated. So anyway, this is kind of a cinematic shot. Another reason why the book is called Sky People is that the utopians are avid paragliders, and they incorporate that into a lot of things. And this shows Monica Robinson and Goth Girl / Eurydice in a twin sort of set, a paraglider where Goth Girl's controlling and giving Robinson a tour of the land and us a tour of the land. So, excerpt from Welcome to Next Manifest. Zoom in to Monica Robinson over rolling hills, above an ocean of rust-colored fields. Robinson under a blue sky riding a thermal. Zoom in slow. Two-shot of helmeted, goggled Robinson and the one to which she's now attached, Goth Girl, in tandem flight suits, paragliding, harnessed together to a single chute. Close-up of Goth Girl banking left, close-up of Robinson spinning above a geodesic dome. Zoom out, slow, Robinson's feet flapping like a doll's over Next Manifest, over permaculture and related soil science, over water capture and reuse, the many ways of purpose, the repurposing of everything from the salvage stream, and not just gadgets and broken, thrown away stuff, but people too, who also break from use and want. Cue orchestral soundtrack, kaboom, Goth Girl, hair jet black, points north. Robinson's eyes follow railroad tracks, past the grain elevator, past the mounds of tailing piles, to the twin stacks of the old Beaufort munitions plant, the spur line heading off into hill country, the Fort Peck Reservation, and beyond that, the Yevtushenko concession. To the west, a dark disk fills the horizon. Bechtel, Goth Girl shouts. The exclusion zone, she says. I wanted you to see it from above. It's big, says Robinson. It's massive. It generates its own weather, says Goth Girl. We use thermals off the zone to gain altitude, she says, pointing up to where Robinson sees squadrons of paragliders circling in formation. They don't like it when we do that, Goth Girl shouts. They could shoot us all down, but she says, banking the glider again, bad optics, she says, shooting sovereign citizens out of the sky. Is that it? So, any questions about my project? Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to ask this coherent. Great presentation. So the big breakthrough has been with ChatGPT. What exactly are you that tries to predict what word is going to come after? Largely reproducing what's up.
Yeah.
I'm wondering whether that's relevant. Artificial intelligence that's dumb, and that is
Which you can spot instantaneously, right? It's like that. This is so tied together, you know. Yeah. That's part of the predicament that Aguidarba finds himself in. He's saying that I've wolfed down everything, and it's, you know, the good and the not so good, and I think that the more you talk to people who are in the field, in a way you feel a little bit, your panic is assuaged a little bit, because for the very reasons that you just mentioned. And yet, when you see, as my friend and collaborator sent me The phenomena of hallucination, renamed as drift, and you see that in the press. It's usually not a news story, but a kind of thought leadership story, or something that's clearly corporate generated, and you see that they really are just going headlong into this and saying, oh, we'll just call it drift, it's okay, it's manageable. And that just strikes me as being more alarming than the fact that the knowledge that they're using can be among the basest and grotesque forms that we create every day. Yes. Wow, thank you. I thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So that concludes our show for today. We've come a long way in the research area, as we can see. Today's presentations covered, obviously, a lot of ground. I want to thank those of you who are still here at the end and those who came previously. Seton Hall has grown considerably, and we know more growth will come in the research area. As we leave today, I hope you can see clearly where curiosity can take you and how you can impact our students and people in your field. Thank you, as always, for your continued support and dedication. We hope to see you here next year. Thank you again.